Good evening, everyone. I'm Kate Ford, and we have concluded closed session this evening. And on June 22nd, 2021, at 6:47, I am calling to order this regular meeting of the Santa Barbara Unified School District School Board. And now for information about interpretation for this meeting.
Thank you, President Ford. Good afternoon. I will give this interpretation announcement in English and Spanish. Buenas tardes. Voy a dar este anuncio sobre la interpretación en inglés y en español. In order to provide language access, we will be providing simultaneous bidirectional interpretation in English and Spanish. If you are bilingual, you do not have to click anything. If you are not bilingual in English and Spanish, you will have to select your language in order to hear the interpretation. If you are on a laptop or desktop, at the bottom right of your screen, you will see a globe icon that says Interpretation. Please click on the globe now and select English. If you are on an iPad or a phone, locate the three-dot menu and select Language Interpretation. Then select English and click Done. When it's your turn to speak, please remember to be loud and clear and speak at a moderate pace. Thank you. We are also offering American Sign Language interpretation for this meeting. If you will be using ASL interpretation, please use the Zoom app on your computer, tablet, or phone to join this meeting. If you join this meeting through your web browser, you may not be able to see the ASL interpreter at all times. Buenas tardes. Esta reunión contará con interpretación simultánea bidireccional en inglés y en español. Si usted es bilingüe, no tiene que presionar nada. Si usted no es bilingüe, tendrá que elegir su idioma para escuchar la interpretación. Si está usando una computadora, verá un icono en la parte inferior de su pantalla a la derecha en forma de globo que dice Interpretación. Haga clic ahí ahora y seleccione Español. Si está usando un iPad o su teléfono, localice el menú de 3 puntos, haga clic en Interpretación de idiomas, elija Español y finalizar o Done. Cuando sea su turno de hablar, por favor recuerde hablar con voz fuerte y clara y a un paso moderado. Gracias. Y también ofreceremos interpretación en lenguaje de señas americano para esta reunión. Si utilizará este servicio, utilice la aplicación de Zoom en su computadora, tableta o teléfono para ingresar a esta reunión. Si ingresó a esta reunión a través de su navegador web, es posible que no pueda ver al intérprete de lenguaje de señas en todo momento. Gracias. Thank you.
And thank you. Now, Superintendent Maldonado, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise, put your right hand over your heart. Put your right hand over your heart, place the flag, ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now we'll continue with the agenda. And first of all, during closed session today, the board took action as follows. The board voted unanimously to appoint Mr. Steve Vence as the Chief Operations Officer, effective July 1st, 2021. And also the board voted unanimously to appoint Ms. Kim Hernandez as the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, effective July 1st, 2021 also. Continuing on, yes. As you can see, the board and cabinet are once again meeting in person, and the public is still participating through a live streaming on YouTube. And again, we thank you all for joining in any way that you can. We look forward to seeing many of you in person someday soon, but we're so grateful that many of you have been able to participate in our meetings from your homes. We have 2 reports, COVID-19 at 7 p.m. and the Summer of Learning at 8 p.m. And at 7:30, there will be 1 public hearing related to the sale of the Tatum property. The board also will take a 10-minute break as close to 8:30 as possible. And so now, Dr. Maldonado, will you continue with your report to the board?
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Ford, members of the school board, staff, and public. I would like to begin by informing you and the public that due to a series of updates and developments over the weekend, some of the reports you'll see this evening have been updated since they were first uploaded to the agenda on Friday as of 4 p.m. We have also on Friday. sorry, I skipped that period. I'm going to start all over with my reading class here.
Go for it.
Next sentence. As of 4 p.m. today, we have also identified some technical issues with our Novus online agenda, which is the public-facing document repository. While Mr. Rouse will be presenting the current documents live, and they will look slightly different from our posted items, we will notify you and the public via our website when the system is working properly. This evening, I'd like to share with you a brief video clip from our Educators Summer Institute with the theme of Equity in Action, held the week of June 9th to the 13th. We put together a series of experiences, including inspirational keynote speakers each morning and workshops throughout the day, with the goal of really guiding and supporting our teachers and our educators in the work they do, and giving them the much-deserved time to reflect, connect, to plan, and to learn. We had several hundred educators in attendance each day. I'd like to thank Board Member Ford and Board Member Sims-Moen for attending on a couple of those days as well. And on the last day, building off of our theme, we actually took some time to ask some of the educators, what does equity in action look like to you? I'd like to share their responses with you. I was very impressed with them. And we'd like to ask Sandra or Brian to please play the video of their responses.
Every kid really has what they need when they need it, and really that every student in my class feels believed in and feels like they are being heard and seen and valued every single day.
I always believe that equity work is systems work, so we need to look at our system and figure out the friction point and also strength, and then we do more of what we do well, and we address the ones that we could do better.
Meeting needs and trying to take away any biases that I might have constantly and continuously, and having them come to me and then letting them lead the way.
Reach out to our kids kids and families that might not have the resources that other kids might have.
Not just meeting students' needs or what I think students needs, but taking time to ask students what they need and listen to them and create a space where their voice can be heard and responded to.
One of the biggest takeaways from our work this week was acknowledging the fact that every kid is different and we need to meet them where they are in this present moment, and we've got to be adaptable to that.
By reaching them, talking to each parent, making sure they have what they need before getting to the content, before getting to even their IEP goals.
We do it one teacher at a time, and I think we really leverage the full development of our educators in an all-rounded way, where they really understand deeply what the task is, and that's to really bridge these gaps and really develop our young people so that they can be equipped with all of the tools that they need to not only navigate the existing systems as they are, but to really create the world that we all want and deserve.
I'm a product of our district, and so therefore it's really personal to me when I work with my families. I see my own mother trying to navigate the school district as a Spanish-only speaking, parent.
Equity in action is a dynamic concept, but what always centers me is the guiding principle of love and fairness and kindness.
Thank you so much. Today I had a chance to also visit Roosevelt Elementary, where I found future scientists, writers, readers, and mathematicians collecting data on nature at their school site. I also observed a classroom of second graders working in small groups, reading, taking words apart, putting them together, using their iPads. Board Member Munoz and I also visited Goleta Valley Junior High School and observed the new SEVIs, a name given to the new 7th graders who are participating in lessons like launching a rocket and using mathematics to figure out the angle that they needed to use, reading and conducting literary analysis. I'm definitely experiencing the buzz in our summer of learning. You'll be hearing more about our summer of learning later this evening, but I do think we're off to a great start and our students are having fun. The Executive Cabinet and I are currently also planning our Leadership Summer Institute, for the week of July 26th to 30th, and we'll be bringing you more details about that as we get closer to the date. I want to assure you that it'll be a transformational and positive leadership experience. With that being said, because it is our last school board meeting for the 2021 school year, we have one special guest who is graduating today from her position, actually not today, June 30th from her position. I would like to ask Ms. Meg Jate to come up and be recognized for her many years of service, and as we wish her well on her retirement. We have prepared a certificate of appreciation that I'd like to read to you now. It states, whereas Meg Jate has dedicated more than 12 years of service to education in the Santa Barbara Unified School District, serving as a tireless advocate for students, families, and staff, and carrying the responsibility for district finance activities, as well as leading the food services and facilities teams. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Santa Barbara Unified School District and the superintendent express their sincerest gratitude and appreciation to Meg Jate for her longtime commitment to the students, families, and educators of our district, and best wishes for health, prosperity, and continued success in her future. Coming up, I know you love this stuff, man.
Thank you, everyone.
Picture with the board.
Sure. I think this is like
A photo with the board?
Yes.
Before we even say anything?
Thank you, everyone. Much appreciated.
You want to say something in the words, podium or otherwise?
Sure, I'll just say that thank you very much for all your support, and I was counting up the number of board members that I have been through in my almost 13, it would have been 13 years in October, and I believe it's around 25. So
You poor thing.
Superintendents, 25 board meetings, members, and like, I don't know how many cabinet members, but it's been an amazing journey, and I'll miss you guys, and keep in touch. I'll see you around in Santa Barbara.
You sure will.
Thank you for this, I appreciate it.
Meg, we also have some comments from the board. If you'd like to sit down, you can, so you can be comfortable. But each one of us, I think, has something to say. I'll start out, and I just want to remind the community that we announced Meg's retirement earlier in the springtime, but tonight is her last board meeting. So I'm personally grateful to you, Meg, for your obvious hard work that shows sort of in front of the scenes, but I also know that there's so much less well-known work that happens behind the scenes. And you have worked so hard to ensure the fiscal health and well-being of our district. And as an educator, I feel like I should apologize for all of us, because I'm aware we sometimes give business services leaders a headache, a stomach ache, and also probably some very private swear words from time to time. So thank you for putting up with all of us who have often said to you things like, here's a task and now go make it happen. That's how it kind of works with us. I've greatly enjoyed your own support of me, and I'm really grateful for your expertise. And I also know your personal phone number, so I feel like I could call you in the future with a question or two. Sorry. Anyway, thank you so much. Board members, how about the rest of you? Ms. Munoz?
Hi, Meg. Since the first time I met you, you were so thoughtful and caring, to go over things with me and give me a welcome as a board member. I appreciate all you've done, and have seen that there are many challenges and changes, even more than we could have imagined, especially with COVID. But with food services, with transportation, the list goes on and on. You have really looked at giving the financial stability to the district that we need in order to serve all of our students. So I really appreciate it. and wish you the best. And I hope you enjoy every moment of your retirement.
Hey, Meg, my fiscal kindred spirit. We kind of felt that from the very beginning. I echo my sister board members in their comments and your diligence and the work that you've done to keep us stable through all the ups and downs. And, in those times that we had to figure out where we're going to find the money, your ability to explain complex questions and answer questions about that. And certainly coming on this board in 2016, there were a lot of questions and you were very patient in answering those. And I've seen where you've done throughout the time that we've been here. So much appreciated the work that you're going to do. I wish you the best in the grandma, first 5, call me sometimes if you need something, like that. So thank you again so much for your work, and we'll always be those fiscal kindred spirits. So thank you. And also, you're at the beginning. We're still all here. Remember, you're always getting your reports at the very end. So now you're getting it ahead of time. Okay.
It's hard to actually imagine this district without you, Meg. I think about it. You're such an institution here in the best way, and even from day one, orienting new board members on sort of the ins and outs of this complex budget. So thank you for that. And I really feel as I connected with you over food service and the times that you would be at summer meals out there dancing with the kids. And under your tenure, our meal service has really grown into something that I like to say is a hallmark of this district in terms of the quality of the food and the commitment to feeding as many kids throughout the community as we can. So I just want to acknowledge that connection and your dedication and your just your genuine feeling about it. I could always pick up on. So thank you for that plus all of the other work that you've done, and I wish you all the best.
Meg, thank you so much for everything that you've done for SB Unified. I have enjoyed knowing you as a colleague, driving down to budget workshops down in Long Beach at 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning. So thank you. I know that in your free time, you will have to actually learn probably a new language, because no more acronyms, no more ESSER, no more P1, P2 or SACs. So it'll be a whole different conversation for you. We will miss you and we thank you. And I hope you enjoy your time with your grandbaby. And I hope to see you around and maybe do some fun things out there.
We also have a small gift for you. I love work. Good. This is a way to symbolize that it helps us blossom as a knowledgeable, fiscally responsible board. Thank you very much. One last round of applause for me. Thank you so much. It is 7:05, and so board members, I'd like you to hold your comments. We'll go straight to the COVID-19 report that should be happening right about now. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you again, and I will be presenting tonight's report. Thank you, Brian, for putting it up there. Dr. Wegenet couldn't be with us for this part. For the next slide. We continue to use our drivers, though we're moving away from this, but you'll recognize that some of these have moved into our other infographic for the rest of the core work we'll continue to do. Next slide. I will now ask our infinite colleague, the amazing Susan Klein Rothschild, to come on and give us the latest update. Are you with us, Susan?
I am. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. I'm happy to share good news. As we all know, the governor has released many of the requirements that were in our community across the state of California with the new low case rates. I thought it might be helpful tonight to talk about what's different outside of schools than inside schools. So we are post the blueprint. We are no longer using color tiers and no longer having those requirements. But there are a few things that are different for the general public than for schools. So one of the areas there are some differences is masks. Right now in the public, we don't have requirements for people to wear masks. There are a few exceptions like mega events or very crowded places. The same thing is true in schools on school grounds. Masks are no longer required outdoors. But indoors, there's a big difference. Indoors in the public, people who are vaccinated are not required to wear masks. They may opt to wear masks, and businesses may choose different ways of confirming someone's vaccination status. But in schools, all schools are required, both for students and for staff, to have masks on regardless of their vaccination status. That in part is due because we have many students and many people at schools who are not yet vaccinated. Today, we learned that people over the age of 70 living in Santa Barbara County, approximately 70% or more of people 50 years old and older, 50 and older, 70% of them are fully vaccinated. But when we talk about people in Santa Barbara County, 16 years of age to 48 years of age, only about 50% of that population is fully vaccinated. And if we talk about students age 12 to 18 years of age, only about 24% are fully vaccinated in Santa Barbara County. Thus, you can see why there are requirements at schools for all indoors to wear masks. Physical distance is another area where there's some differences. In the community, there are no longer physical distance requirements. In schools, there's been a lot of flexibility, but there's a requirement that there still be a minimum of 6 feet between the teacher and the students in the classroom. And the state is also strongly recommending a minimum of 3 feet between students. It is no longer a requirement, it is a recommendation. Part of what keeps our schools safe are layers of safety, and physical distance is one of those layers. In the community, we don't have surveillance testing. That is testing of people when they're not sick. It's not required. Individuals can go get tested anytime at any of the multiple testing sites. In schools, traditionally, we had required surveillance testing. At this point, they are recommending strongly that no one get tested for COVID if they are already vaccinated and they don't have symptoms. So it's only when people have symptoms and are vaccinated that they get surveillance testing. You'll see very little surveillance testing going on with schools across the summer. And even in the fall, the California Department of Public Health recommended every school maintain the capacity to do surveillance testing, that is testing when people don't appear ill and don't have symptoms, because we may need it at different times, such as when there's an outbreak of COVID at a school. Schools are urged to continue following the layers of safety with good ventilation, physical distance, good health hygiene, hand washing, and screening before they leave home and daily at school. So those are just some differences. If you see things in the public or in businesses that may be different than schools, there is a little bit of different guidance, and I wanted everyone to be aware of that. So thank you for the opportunity to share.
Thank you so much, Susan. Next slide, please. So applying what Susan Klein-Rothschild just shared regarding the latest general and school guidance, we want to share what's going on specifically for our students and employees. During the summer of learning, our students and staff continue to follow the guidelines laid out in our COVID-19 safety plan when arriving at schools and when outdoors. The only change that has occurred is that the adults and students, whether vaccinated or not, are allowed to remove their masks when they are outdoors. On Thursday, June 17th, Cal OSHA put out new workplace guidelines that are now in effect for district offices not located on school campuses. Fully vaccinated employees do not need to wear face coverings. Employers must document the vaccination status of fully vaccinated employees if they do not wear face coverings indoors. Employees are also not required to wear face coverings when outdoors, regardless of vaccination status. Physical distancing requirements have been eliminated, except for as the case that Susan just laid out. And employees who are not fully vaccinated may request N95 face coverings. Please note that all employees and students, whether vaccinated or not, will continue to wear face coverings while indoors at K-12 school sites. Next slide. There's been a lot of questions around vaccinations and whether or not they are safe. And I just want to share that according to the Center for Disease Control, the benefits of being vaccinated against COVID include the following. Safety. The COVID-19 vaccines have been developed using science that has been around for decades. These vaccines are not experimental. They went through all the required stages of clinical trials. Extensive testing and monitoring have shown that these vaccines are safe and effective. And finally, they have received and continue to undergo the most intensive safety monitoring in U.S. history. The vaccines are also effective. They keep people from getting and spreading the virus that causes COVID-19, but also help keep individuals from getting seriously ill, even if you do get COVID-19. As getting vaccinated also helps protect the people around you, including yourself, and particularly people that are at increased risk for severe illness from COVID-19. The vaccine is a safer way to help build protection for the community. The virus is still a threat to people who are not vaccinated. Even people who did not have symptoms when they were infected can have these ongoing health problems. By getting a vaccine, we protect those who are not able to or choose to not be vaccinated. Immunity after COVID-19 vaccination. There's still a lot we're learning about COVID-19 vaccines, and the CDC is constantly reviewing evidence and updating guidance. We don't know how long protection lasts for those who are vaccinated. What we do know, however, is that COVID-19 has caused very serious illness and death for a lot of people, so getting a vaccine is a safer choice. And contrary to what some in the public believe, none of the COVID-19 vaccines cause individuals to develop COVID-19. Next slide. We continue to provide space at our schools for pop-up vaccination clinics for members of the community ages 12 and over. In Santa Barbara, neighborhood clinics are discussing options with our school principals at Dos Pueblos, La Cuesta, and La Colina to schedule clinics during the summer. And that is the next slide, please. That is the end of our report. We will continue to monitor any new guidance that may come our way. At this point, we're not expecting too many changes based on a meeting I had earlier this morning. And that concludes our report. Any questions?
Oh, thank you so much. Ms. Trujillo, I don't see that we have any public comment. Please let me know.
No public comment.
Thank you so much. And now I'll just turn it over to board members. Any questions or comments about this report today? Seeing none, thank you so much to all of you. Thank you, Susan, for being with us through a year like none other. And that will conclude our report and questions on the COVID-19 report. Let's continue on with board comments. So I'd like to ask my fellow board members if they have comments, questions, and reports regarding any communications or activities. Ms. Munoz.
Hey, good evening. I'd like to also expand on our visit to Goleta Valley Junior High this morning to the Summer of Learning. We were greeted by the principal, Mr. Mauricio Ortega, and his capable staff, Clancy Chiu, who took us around to tour the summer classes. The teachers were wearing their Summer of Learning t-shirts, and I got a chance to talk to several of the students. And several of the students that were in one of the classes, I believe it was the AVID, were sitting together working on a project, and I asked them what schools they had gone to, what elementary schools they had gone to, because they were incoming 7th graders, and each of them were from different schools in Goleta, which I found was so, just wonderful that they were meeting each other, that they're making new friends, and that they're working together on projects. There were also in another class, one of the teachers was talking to the students about writing a timeline of their life. And one of the students was saying how he had moved several times within the community, is now closer to the school, and you could see the enthusiasm of the students. So my plan is to also continue touring the schools and seeing what we're all about. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. So glad to be here tonight. Thank you for that very comprehensive report. And we're so glad we're talking about it, that we're glad the kids are back in school. we actually did it, right? So good to hear that. So I first, just a couple of things. I had the opportunity, I think Dr. Maldonado mentioned one of the professional developments that was at San Marcos, and I was so glad that I was there, and to also appreciate the teachers and administrators that are all there doing their work. And the keynote speaker, and I apologize, I don't know her name, Dr. Mad.
M-A-T-T.
Amazing. Her. So anyway, and so she spoke about a lot of things, and I really appreciate where she was coming from, and what I have even since that time, really been to talk about. I think she had a question about, she asked teachers, why are you teaching? New teachers, why are you teaching? Or even perhaps those who may need some re-energizing. She said, why are you teaching? And the overwhelming answer was, because I love kids. But what she said was that, yes, that's good. You got to love kids, but you also have to love their ecosystem, meaning everything that's around them. You have to love that too, because you can't separate one from the other. And that's so true, because our children bring in so many things in their ecosystem, and we have to be willing to be ready to love that, so therefore we can be able to support them where they are and all their needs that they come about. And so I really have been, sharing that about, you have to love their ecosystem. It's real clear about what that means. And if we're going to support all of our students and all of their needs, and therefore their families as well, because they're a part of their ecosystem. So that really resonated with me. And it was just always delightful to be with the teachers and administrators and appreciating for the work that they do. And then secondly, I had the opportunity to attend the Juneteenth celebration that was held here in Santa Barbara on Saturday. It started on Friday with some student panels, and then Saturday the celebration was there. And there were a few vendors that were there. There were students that we got a chance to see and hear them read a poem that was written by a local former poet laureate, Sojourner Kincaid Roll. So they had a chance to read her poem, and you can still see that virtual viewing of the Juneteenth. It's still on juneteenthsb.org, and you can see panel discussions. I had the opportunity to get on a panel discussion where I talked about the ecosystem, so I was still bringing it to home. And so, Juneteenth is not necessarily something that is wide known here, particularly in California, but it is something that has been celebrated. It's the Emancipation Proclamation that was signed in 1863. However, the folks in Texas didn't get it to 2 years later, in 1865. So to imagine 2 years, you're still doing these things, and some of the, there's been signed that no slavery is no longer part of our part of who we are. But it took 2 years. So once it was there, it was really about, this celebration is about, we're free. And so at that point, what was happening is that we need to celebrate. And so that's when you hear that about celebrating, being oppressed for so long, but then hearing, we're celebrating, we're free, what do we need to do? And so that's the opportunity to do that. And again, that's a part of Black history that's not always in June. In February, you hear about it in June. And so the good to be able to see that there's, Black history going on around the calendar in terms of that. So that's a worldwide celebration. And also now that it's a federal holiday, we also, with regards to that. So I hope that we're going to do some things to incorporate that here in the district. To celebrate that. Again, it's an opportunity to talk about history so that all of our students can learn about history. African American kids, they don't know the history in terms of that and how critical and how important it is. So I look forward to what we're going to do with that. So it's still there. I encourage you to go. It's called Melanin, which is the gallery there. It's on 833 State Street. I think it's going to be still there until the end of June. So it's to go there or look on the website, and you can go through it virtually as well. And then lastly, I just have a question. As we know, the fair is here, and it's Santa Barbara Rides again. And so I'd wonder about parking, about Adams School, which is, have we thought about that? Have we addressed that issue? Because sometimes that comes up. The parking is there. So I don't know. It's a question, but also just a curiosity. So something to think about, because they're right next door. So, So thank you.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge the federal holiday of Juneteenth. I was thrilled to see that happened so quickly, and that means that our students, I guess normally they won't be in school, but as a district that we will be honoring that this year and going forward locally and also across the country. So, but also I just want to address the fact that every day, even though not all of our kids are in school, so many of our kids are getting fed from our district, and just acknowledge the food worker and the work that goes on with our summer meal programs. I was at Franklin and La Cumbre last week, and we had some music. We had the Nick Rail drum corps out there at La Cumbre playing music while families picked up their nutritious, often organic meals. And it just is such a staple of our district. There's actually 48 places throughout the county where any child can get a free meal, no questions asked. And it's really a time to emphasize that and get the word out, because we're still, even though we do such a phenomenal job, we know we're only reaching about a third of kids who rely on those meals during the year. So hats off to the food team and to Matt Dittman and everybody who makes that possible in our community for coming together. Thanks.
Thank you very much. My heart is full of gratitude today and full of joy that the summer of learning has been such a success. Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. Thank you, Ms. Jate, for making the transportation available. I checked with a couple of sites and they told me that about 30 passes in one site had been provided, which makes a big difference to this family. So thank you for doing that. I really appreciate that. And a big thank you to the teachers. I just can't thank them enough for exhibiting the habits of mind and having that continuous learning mindset. They finish the school year, then that Monday right after, they go to their own summer of learning, and then several of them go and teach that Monday. I had the opportunity to speak to one of the teachers who will be teaching summer school, and the highlight for me was how focused she was and how am I going to make a difference for these kids. And that just shows the commitment, the dedication that our educators have to the children, to the students. So thank you, teachers. Thank you, admin, for all the work that you do behind the scenes to make this happen. Thank you to the families, and thank you to the students for going. I look forward to next week visiting the schools and seeing everything in action. I even got my t-shirt somewhere here for my Summer of Learning shirt that I will be wearing when I go next week. So I'm extremely excited as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a couple comments. As Dr. Maldonado said, I did attend 2 sessions of the Teacher Institute opening keynote speakers, and I was not only really impressed with the presentations, but also with the energy in the room, the enthusiasm and the engagement of the teachers. It was palpable, and I'm so grateful and happy to know that. Also, if you weren't there, you missed out on hearing on Friday morning Ms. Sims Moten sang for us, and that added a fabulous moment in the proceedings. I also attended the official reveal and opening of the Santa Barbara High School weight room last week with special recognition to the donor, Austin Eckler's Foundation. And it was really an honor to meet this bright, generous, and really successful young athlete who articulately and passionately, board members, shared his philosophy on the benefit of sports activities, not just for physical health, not just to win, but for mental health and for building community and the building of the foundation of life. And so it was a powerful moment. Also tonight, it's my honor to announce retirements in addition to Ms. Jate. And there are a number of classified retirements that are happening either sometime during June or at the beginning of July. And here they are. There's Donna Beausoleil, who is a library tech at La Colina Junior High School with 29 plus years of service. And Mary Beth Brown, a special education para 2 at La Colina Junior High School with 16 plus years of service. There's Suzanne Coombs, a special education para at San Marcos High School. She retires with over 8 years of service. And Jeanette Fields, who's a school health assistant at Franklin Elementary, retires with 25 plus years of service. Going on, we have Dora Gonzalez, and she is the registrar for Santa Barbara High School with 18 plus years of service. Julie Howard, a special ed data specialist, 15 plus years of service. Cynthia Menegon, school health assistant at Harding Elementary with 29 plus years of service. And also David Thomas, who's a light construction foreperson at M&O with 29 plus years of service. So I want to say thank you to all of you and Ms. Jete again for your service, your dedication, and your contributions to our students and to our district and our schools. We wish you a happy and a healthy retirement, as well as some well-deserved rest and fun. And finally, I want to acknowledge that this is the last regular board meeting, as we have before, of the Santa Barbara Unified School Board. I want to thank all the members of the board for getting us through this year and just being so helpful to all of us, especially I think to Dr. Maldonado and me as we sort of at times plowed our way through the challenges. But I also want to thank Dr. Maldonado in particular. I just want to tell you that you have had an unwavering student-centered focus, and your vision for excellence and for equity and a powerful return to school in person, as well as the Summer Learning Institute, has just been amazing. Also, the multifaceted, informative, timely, and outstanding communication system which you have put in place, including your wonderful videos, are so appreciated by all of us and are used across the district. We hear nothing but great comments about them. So cheers to you, cheers to many, many more years, and to a future that is never as challenging and heartbreaking as 2020-21. So with that, we're close. Do we have, Ms. Trujillo, do we have any public comments on non-agenda matters?
Yes, we have two.
All right, let's take those before the hearing. Thank you.
I will name the two speakers for this item, Roseanne Crawford and Moni Duet. And I will start with Roseanne Crawford.
Good evening, Board. This is Roseanne. I continue to advocate for English learners and second-generation families in the McKinley community. The grassroots group of parents, SOS McKinley, wants one track left in English instruction in their neighborhood school. I had emailed you previously the names and numbers of teachers and staff that were being moved. It's now up to 19 of approximately 27 members of staff. Is the collateral damage worth it in converting the whole school? Many families think the new principal brought this change. This is unprecedented, and this situation needs to be put on an agenda item for transparency and discussion. Allow the principal, Ms. Elena Garcia Yoshitomi, to be their hero instead of their enemy. She has become the target of all their dissatisfaction. Let her set up one track in English and a strand in DLI, just as they had at the school Soria Elementary in Oxnard, where she was prior to joining McKinley, that offers both English instruction and DLI. Closer to home, Canalino Elementary School in Carpinteria also offers both a choice of English instruction, dual immersion as options, so all families are served. By not leaving one track in English, only providing a transfer option for these families, you're hurting families, forcing them out of their neighborhood, imposing upon them a major obstacle for transportation, not to mention the breakdown of community and disconnection between families and sense of neighborhood. The model chosen for McKinley is questionable, that was voted in the height of the COVID lockdown, and having the whole school converted to DLI is even more so. The dominant language worldwide for business and trade is English. Literacy in English is the key to have true equity in education and outcomes. Thank you for the consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Moni Duet.
Thank you, Sandra, and good evening, board. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you. I read an interesting article in the Independent, about racial disparities in Santa Barbara's juvenile justice system. And a lot of that also mirrors the disparities that we have in our achievement gap and also in our CAP scores. And as you know, students with learning differences and our emergent language learners are the ones who are with painfully low scores. And the reason why I just want to stress that if we can use evidence-based practices, which includes automatic testing in K through 3, teacher training, and follow the science of reading, we can keep a lot of these students from getting pushed out of school. And sadly, shockingly, 85% of all juveniles who interface with the juvenile court system are functionally low literate. Naturally, poverty is also interwoven into this problem, but only literacy can help break the poverty cycle. Somebody who doesn't have a high school diploma can only make about $23,000 a year, which is not enough. And anyway, so I just want to stress that and suggest to the board that we consider those practices, as well as offering every student with a learning difference that summer learning experience, and also our emergent language learners. And perhaps with the extra $38 million from CARES, we could look at that. Thanks so much for your consideration. I think this would be a very important thing to help our entire community and prevent a lot of pain. And that many people should not be getting incarcerated. We should be helping people more on the front end. Thank you.
Thank you. And President Ford, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Trujillo. Board members, now we're going to go to our 7:30 time certain public hearing. And as you know, our public hearing tonight is related to an action item that's later in this meeting where the board's going to resolve to seek a waiver from competitive bidding for the sale of the Tatum property as required by law. Ms. Chate, do you have any comments to share before we go to any comments from the public?
No, I'll speak to this in a later action item.
That's perfect. Thank you so much. Ms. Trujillo, I believe we have a few comments on this item F1.
Thank you, President Ford. We have two public comments on this item. Alice Post and Linda Honckman. I will start with Alice Post.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I want to strenuously object to this item. As an advocate for downtown elementary schools, this is not the proper use of district land assets. You are placing housing ahead of children. Housing is great, but your mission is not housing. Your mission is to educate children. This is improper. It's wrong from a policy point of view, and it is wrong legally. You are basically attempting to make an end run around the public surplus land provisions. And the public is being shorted of its assets, which it desperately needs for building schools in the center area of Santa Barbara. You have a precious piece of property which is worth more than 17 million. We have seen comparable sales of residential development land that were on the order of $30 per square foot, which for 23 acres would make this land worth about $30 million. And you're talking about selling it for $17 million. This is public money. You don't have a lot of land assets. You don't throw away a land asset for money. You hold on to your land and you lease it. You retain the escalating values, which will always take place in Santa Barbara. This is reminiscent of something that happened 50 years ago when our school board decided it was okay to sell 3 pieces of land in the center area of town, taking away Wilson, Lincoln, and Garfield schools. It seemed like the right thing to do at the time. Oh, there was declining enrollment. We don't need these schools. Well, we all know what a disaster that turned out to be and caused total upheaval of our community. I want you to know that we will fight this at the state level. We will fight your attempt to sneak around and avoid the surplus land requirements because we care about the community and children, and we put their needs first financially. And we will do this legally with our attorney.
Fine. Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Honckman.
Hello, Chair Ford and members of the board. I'm Linda Honckman, a county resident who lives at Hollister and San Marcos Road, close to the Tatum property. I'm speaking as an individual. You have heard from me over the last few years about proposed developments of that parcel. And I'm delighted that you and FPA, with the help of the County Housing Authority, Mr. Price, and county planners, are going in this new direction. The school district and county agencies have a role to play in finding solutions for our housing crisis. More families have left the South County because of skyrocketing rents, which are likely to go up more when students return in the fall, the college students, and have been made worse by the recent median house increase across the South County. The latest stat I saw was for an increase of 87% in just 1 year. Besides needing more units close to jobs and transportation, which this parcel can accommodate, there is the additional problem of how to prioritize local residents and workers for new residential developments across the South County. With 3 schools within 1 or 2 blocks and across the 101 from a large county job center, this is a perfect location to find a community model for employee housing that will allow workers to walk or ride to work, and it will accommodate a variety of incomes, ages, and family types. Every year, parcels of this size become more rare in the South County. Please make the most of this opportunity to give our community more housing security and sustainability. I look forward to following the progress over the next few years. And if you can open the dog park a little early, that would also be great. Thank you.
Thank you. And President Ford, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Trujillo. And now that closes the public hearing on the Tatum property waiver. Thank you so much. Board members, we're going to go back to D1, which is the acceptance of donations for today. And we are going to accept a generous donation from the Foundation for Santa Barbara High School. May I have a motion to accept this donation? Thank you, Ms. Capps. And a second? Ms. Sims-Moten, thank you so much. All in favor of this motion, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And this acceptance of donations passes 4-1. If she comes back soon, we can take the vote again. We'll move on to the consent agenda item for now. And this is when we approve items that are routine and not likely to require any additional discussion. But before that, let's retake the vote on the acceptance of donations. And so all in favor of the motion to accept this $26,000 in-kind donation, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. And now this motion passes unanimously. So just to let you know about the consent agenda, again, the superintendent and her staff have recommended that the board approve all of the consent agenda items. And also we've had the opportunity to consider and ask questions about these items before this evening. So Ms. Trujillo, are there any public comments on the consent agenda?
Yes, we have one comment. Roseanne Crawford on item E8, Human Resources Recommendation. Roseanne Crawford.
Thank you, Roseanne Crawford here. I hope that the board will put on hold or pull Coach Christie's involuntary transfer from McKinley School. This would make 19 of 28 staff and teachers at McKinley to be displaced with the conversion of McKinley School to a DLI school. There is no reason for this if the conversion is only kindergarten this fall. PE is not taught until first grade. The children and parents need someone familiar in this transition time that is positive and focused on their health, mental, physical, and fitness as well. By removing her, there is more mental stress on this challenged community that deserves better. I suspect this is in retaliation for a little video she made for a goodbye for the summer at the end of the year, where she found out many teachers were not going to be coming back. This is a sensitive situation. Moving one more teacher will further hurt the students that look forward to her classes. Thank you for the consideration.
Thank you, and that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Hio. So board members or Dr. Maldonado, are there any items on the consent agenda that for you require more information, comments, or discussion? Seeing none, I'd like to have a motion to approve the consent agenda as written.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Sims-Moden. And a second? Thank you, Ms. Munoz. So all in favor of approving the consent agenda, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The consent agenda passes unanimously. And now we will go on to the action agenda. We have quite a few items to consider tonight, many of them though we know a lot about, and we're excited to put them in place. So for the first one, this is the acceptance of the public disclosure of the 2021 collective bargaining agreement. I'll turn this over to Ms. Jeté.
Thank you, President Ford, board members, and Superintendent Maldonado. The AB 1200 public disclosure of the 2020-21 collective bargaining agreement is here for your approval. On May 25th in 2021, the board approved a 3-year agreement with Santa Barbara Teachers Association, confidential staff, and management. Tonight, I bring to you the California School Employees Association, CSEA, final agreement for the 3-year term. CSEA agreed on the cost of living adjustment, the COLA, of 3.5% for 21-22, 2.5% in 22-23, and 2% in 23-24. CSEA also agreed that the district would pay 70% of the annual health increase. In addition to the items previously mentioned, CSEA members have agreed to collapse 6 steps over the next 3 years on the classified salary schedule, which decreases the schedule from 25 to 19 by 2023 to 24. The CSEA AB 1200 includes the previous costs of SBTA, confidential, and management, and therefore accounts for the estimated total cost of the 3-year settlement. When completing the CSEA agreement, it was noted that there was an error in the revenue for the year 23-24, which resulted in an increase in revenue. This correction has been made, and both the board and the public have access to the revised document. Staff recommends that the board approve the CSEA collective bargaining agreement, and at this time, I'll take any questions you may have.
Thank you. I want to confirm with Ms. Trujillo that we do not have any public comments on this item.
Correct, no public.
Thank you so much. Board members, are there any comments or questions? Ms. Alvarez, please.
Just a comment. I want to say thank you to Dr. Maldonado, Dr. Vecchio, Ms. Jeté for all your work in negotiations, and also thank you very much for answering all my questions. I really appreciate your diligence and your patience.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other hands up, I will say that we've now completed the presentation, the comments, and the questions on this item. So board members, may I have a motion to approve item number 1, the approval to accept the public disclosure of 2021 collective bargaining agreement for the California School Employees Association, CSEA. Thank you, Ms. Munoz. And a second? Ms. Sims Moten, thank you very much. All in favor, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes unanimously. On to number 2. This is second action item is the approval of the tentative agreement between the district and the California School Employees Association and its Santa Barbara chapter number 37. And I will turn this over to Dr. Becchio.
Well, thank you very much. And I'll start this presentation by expressing my gratitude to this board and our superintendent for the guidance and support through the process. I also want to thank our negotiating team for the district, and importantly, also recognize the CSEA team, who I believe was, they put together a stellar negotiation team, and it was a pleasure working with them. To present this, I just want to express our excitement about this. This is a successor agreement, and so what we bargained over the course of the spring was an entirely new contract for the next 3 years. And even more exciting than that was, this board and superintendent's vision to strike a 3-year deal on compensation and enhance some of the coverage for health benefits. But also, I want to remind the board that in this packet, we did totally revamp our evaluation process and have a new language around that and new rubrics. So that was an exciting feature. Also, in this particular agreement, we have some salary schedule enhancements that I think are very good for our employees. Over the next 6 years, over the next 3 years, they'll collapse 6 steps on the salary schedule. What that really means is we'll have less employees frozen at a certain salary level over the course of sometimes 3 or 4 years frozen. So, and then there's other language that's included in this packet that I know you have reviewed. We are also in the process, CSEA is in the process of getting this approved by their membership. Part of our process is bringing it before the board and getting board approval on it. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, thank you for your work on this with us.
Thanks. Mr. Heel, can I confirm that there are no public comments on this item?
Correct.
Thank you so much. Well,
Nope.
first, sorry. Did she say anything? Thank you, Dr. Becchio, for leading this effort, and also really for not only highlighting the different aspects of the agreement which make it special and very exciting, I think, for both parties, but also for all of the ways that different groups come together to make it happen. So congratulations to you and to the team, all the various teams, and to our board. With that, board members, do you have any further questions or comments? Ms. Sims Moten, please.
Yes, I just have a comment. I also echo the comments of President Ford and your comments, John, as well. And when I first came on, it was like it was a Me Too going on. So it's like, oh, they got it, we got it. But I really appreciated this time where really people were really involved, and to echo your comment about putting a really stellar team to really question, ask, and to be relevant to where we're going forward. So I really appreciated that, as opposed to we're just going to follow what someone else does. So I appreciate that and want to pass that to our negotiation team on the other side, as well as the the district negotiation team.
Thank you. Any other comments? Ms. Munoz, please.
Yes, also, Dr. Becchio, thank you so much for your work on this. And just to know that I want the employees of the California School Employees Association to know that we really value their work, and that we want them to, feel like they're getting also compensation in return for that. So thank you so much to everyone.
Excellent. Seeing no further comments from board members, may I have a motion to approve item number 2, which is the approval of the tentative agreement between the district and the CSEA and its Santa Barbara chapter number 37. Thank you, Ms. Alvarez. And how about a second? Ms. Sims Moten. Perfect. So now may I find out all in favor? Please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. This motion passes unanimously. Thank you again, Dr. Becchio. And now I will turn over this third item to Dr. Becchio. This is to approve the revision of two certificated management job descriptions, a director of elementary education and the director of secondary education, with a new vision into this position of executive director for curriculum and instruction. So Dr. Becchio, please.
Yes, thank you. And I think you said it. Let me start by giving a brief explanation of this item, but you said it well in terms of a new vision. One thing that we know about our superintendent is we're looking at every position, every practice, every structure, and really determining how we can be more efficient and more effective. And I think this really is one of those types of items. So if you remember our last meeting, I presented to you this concept of taking these opportunities to examine what we do and how we do it. And when we have one of those opportunities presented to us, that we really dig in and think differently about how we're doing things. So in this last year, if you think about our landscape over the last year, we've added new positions. We have changed positions and job descriptions, and we've added new people to the mix. And so this particular item comes about because of those factors and our ability to look at a department, Ed Services in particular, but also on the outskirts in other departments in those positions and new people, and look at how we can restructure to do our jobs a little bit more effectively. So what this is not is, it is not taking a director of secondary and a director of elementary and just putting all their duties into one position as an executive director. That is not what we're doing. What we are doing is we are taking a look at both of those jobs, director of secondary and director of elementary, and we are taking the curriculum and instruction pieces out of those jobs, and we're placing them into a TK-12 executive director of curriculum instruction. This really follows the vision we have for one unified school district, particularly in an area such as curriculum instruction, and allows one person really to oversee the TK through 12 span in the area of curriculum instruction. What that leaves us with are these other items in those two current job descriptions, director of secondary, director of elementary, and that's where the restructure of Ed Services comes in. We have to take a look at all the positions in that department and figure out where are those duties and responsibilities going to land. What of those other things people are doing are no longer relevant or can move somewhere else. And so this item is much, much bigger than just taking two positions and making them one. That is not what this is. And so I wanted to provide you that background because this is really going to be a little bit longer process after tonight, pending the board's vote. We're going to then go back and start really doing the work of restructuring that Ed Services department. So with that, I hope I've provided enough background for you, and I'm happy to take any questions. And we also have our team here from Ed Services as well.
Very helpful. Thank you so much for reiterating how this job fits into the bigger scheme of things. And so may I confirm with Ms. Trujillo that we do not have any public comment on this item?
No public comment.
Thank you so much. So now I'll open it up to board members. Do you have any comments or questions? Oh, please, Ms. Alvarez.
Yes, I did send some questions in advance to make sure I understood what this was accomplishing, and you presented it very well, Dr. Becchio. My concern was, are we looking at everything? And of course you are. Once you bring things to us, you're always looking at everything. And to make insurance that no services are being cut or decreased by this new restructuring. But in other words, you're reorganizing the duties and the students will continue to be served. That was my main concern. And I hear you that you are saying, yes, the students will continue to be served and the duties will be continued to be performed. It'll be a reorganization. So I feel much better after hearing your explanation. So thank you.
That's correct. Thank you.
Please, Ms. Sims Moten.
Yes, thank you. I just want to add on to Ms. Sister Board Member Alvarez, just thank you for the vision as we begin to look at how we can better serve our students, which is the main, how we do things when it comes down to, are we better serving them through more efficient and effective ways? And so thank you for putting the hard work in. We know that's going to be hard work to be able to do that, but we know in the end they will be better served, and we're preparing them for that, doing that. And know that's hard work. That's sometimes work that people don't necessarily like, but we're keeping the main thing, as a friend says, then we'll always make sure that we're doing the best, providing the best for our students, and we're also looking at their ecosystems as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, I would like to ask the board if I could have a motion to approve item number 3, the approval of the new position titled the Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Sims Moten. Second? Thank you, Ms. Munoz. So all in favor of this new position, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
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 Aye, then the motion passes unanimously. Perhaps we can do one more before our next Summer of Learning report, and that would be item number 4, which is the approval of the new certificated job description and position called Independent Study Specialist. It is a TOSA, Teacher on Special Assignment. For this item, I also will turn it over to Dr. Becchio.
Thank you very much. And just the background on this is that we are proposing this position to prepare ourselves for the independent study program. We will have an increase in participants in that program, but we also have the need to actually revamp that program and make sure that it's, with what we know now from doing distance learning, we want to find an expert teacher that can partner with the administration at Alta Vista La Cuesta and provide that program with an overhaul with respect to independent study. And so this approval this proposal is asking the board for approval on a teacher on special assignment position to help with that work in our independent study program. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Trujillo, do we have any public comments on this item, please?
No public comment.
Thank you. Then I'll turn it over to board members for comments and questions. Are there any? Ms. Alvarez, please.
Since this position is being funded by ESSER funds, are we going to get a review next year to make sure that there's funding and it doesn't become an impact to our general fund?
That is correct. As with all those positions, all the positions within the ESSER, they will be reevaluated, and we will also look at the budget with respect to those positions and make that decision on a year-to-year basis.
Year-to-year basis.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Sims Moten, please.
And yes, just for the public, can you really say what ELO and ESS are? I know we're saying that, but can you explain that funding source for the public?
Right. It's I'm blanking on the ELO one. Expanded learning opportunities. That's correct. Yeah. Emergency relief.
Education
Emergency
Relief
Fund.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I have to actually see it in front of me. So
Yes, thank you.
Great. Any other comments, please? Just to confirm, you mentioned it a little bit, but this is actually going to help us sort of bridge the gap and take the place of distance learning for some students.
that is correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. So board members, I wonder if I may have a motion to approve item number 4, which is the approval of a new certificated position and description called Independent Study Specialist. It is a TOSA, a Teacher on Special Assignment. Ms. Munoz, thank you. And a second? Ms. Alvarez. Great. And so now, all in favor, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. This motion passes unanimously. And as it is 8:01, we will now go forward to our second time-certain report, which is the Summer of Learning report. Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you. I'll turn it right over to my colleagues, Sierra Lockridge and Ms. Ann Roundy Harder, please.
Perfect.
Well, good evening, board members and our superintendent. I am proudly wearing my Summer of Learning t-shirt to celebrate our exciting events that over the last couple of weeks. So I'm going to start our There's Sierra with hers as well. We are buddies and teammates through and through. We want to highlight for you that in everything we do, we are always adhering to our district priorities, and we have shared these with you before, so we won't go through them in great length today, but just to say that it was extremely gratifying to see our board members at our Summer Institute. It's wonderful to see our superintendent and board members walking our schools, and we just thank you so much for validating the work of our teachers, counselors, classified staff members, and administrators who have worked so hard to prepare excellent learning opportunities for ourselves as educators and for our precious students. So next slide, please. So thank you, board members, for mentioning a couple of our guest speakers. Our keynote speakers are featured here. As you can see, every day was an inspiration. I've been in this business a long time, and I can say that I was just refreshed and renewed. It was a busy week, but I left Friday on a high of just total inspiration and gratitude for the work. And I can say that, Kate, you're absolutely right. There was a palpable enthusiasm in our teachers. And talk about loving the ecosystem of the students. I was loving the ecosystem that the educators experienced in the Summer Institute. We learned a lot. We got really galvanized to continue our learning all through this next year. And that's borne out by the evaluations of our staff members. So next slide, please. I know these numbers are a little bit small, but what I wanted to highlight for you here is that we did evaluate every single keynote speaker session as well as all of our workshops. And these were evaluated up to 4-point scale. And what we can see from these numbers is that we got high marks all across the board for our keynote speakers. And so if you think of a 4 as the highest, everybody was well over a 3. And of course, you know, statistically, it would be impossible to get perfect 4s when you have hundreds of people attending, but we should be really proud of how people evaluated our keynote speakers. And
I will jump in just in case she is frozen. Not only were our
staff members attending workshops throughout the week, and a daily average really of about 370 to 375. And that's pretty amazing after the year that we've had. So we were really happy about that. And we wanted to highlight also our amazing, if you can move to the next slide, please, our amazing support staff. Here we have Alma Flores, who just deserves a huge round of applause for gathering our team together, always remaining calm. She's so capable and competent in everything she touches. And we just wanted to give a special acknowledgement to Alma and Ernestina Angel and Annette Makwana and all those folks working behind the scenes.
Dang.
Okay, I will jump in at this point and say, yes, our support staff was amazing. The level of engagement from teachers was amazing. Our facilitators left very energized for equity in action, and our students are future. The conversations you could hear about, you know, winning the heart to win the head, and approaching kids and their whole ecosystem with Karina and really going for it. And so it was a very exciting week. And right after that was the next week of summer school. So if we go to the next slide, you will know that many of those educators that spent 5 days at the Institute learning and growing turned around the following Monday and welcomed our students into Summer of Learning. You may have caught the quote at the beginning of the slide deck, which is, best summer school ever. That is not my quote, although I probably would say that. That was from an elementary extended school year student who came running up to one of our program facilitators and has gone to ESY summer school every year and has said that this is the best summer that he's had. So we're excited about that. As noted from Superintendent Maldonado and many of the board members in their comment, they were able to see some of these things in action. Of note here is a junior high image where you see a small group of kids working together to make things happen. In this case, to move across the grass in collaboration, problem solving, and really working on those social emotional skills. One high school teacher remarked to us that, you know, he really wasn't inspired by the incentives and the small groups, and it has turned out to be something that has blown away their expectations. Having that small group, it not only helps stimulate the academics, but really lets them focus on the social emotional lessons. Those social emotional lessons are also embedded in the junior high space, as you see the teamwork here, and in the elementary space, which I think you spoke about, the problem solving and the hands-on collaboration that is helping there. Learning activities are, of course, academic, but also very enriching and practical, and just things that they would be excited about. So things such as a STEAM challenge, or learning about nature and the environment, which brings us to the amazing enrichment opportunities that have been happening as a result of Summer of Learning. And we're in week 2 now. And if you've been around town, you may have seen our kids in the blue shirts. You can go to the next slide. These are pictures of the elementary students with the Wilderness Youth Project at Schofield Park, really learning about nature, just enjoying the world around them, all kinds of opportunities for oral language production and mentoring that is unique to that program. Also, if you watch the videos that were sent out and in Cammie's latest post, our kids went to Moxie. They got on the Condor Express. They were able to do laser mazes with the Santa Barbara Public Library. They went to the Watershed Resource Center, and they are going about tomorrow as well. A different group will be out at Schofield Park. Another group will be going up on Friday for a camp experience that includes archery, and climbing on these fixtures, and really a lot of teamwork and team building. So we are very excited that in week 2, we have the kids showing up, the buses are running, the lunches are going out, and there's a lot of joy to be had and a lot of learning in this Summer of Learning report. So that concludes our report for tonight. We'll be happy to answer any questions. And it looks like Anne is back and she is moving.
Yes. Is that it? Oh, sorry. I think she just sounded like Anna's back, but she's just open for questions. Great.
I'm here and I apologize for my unstable internet connection, but very glad to be back with you.
We're glad to have you back. Thank you for the report, ladies. And Ms. Trujillo, can I confirm that there are no public comments on this item?
President, well, we do have one public comment.
Oh, please then, go forth.
Monique Duet.
Yeah, thank you, Sandra. Hi, board. You know, this really does sound wonderful with wilderness use and all the other things the students are able to do. My only comment is that the students with learning differences in particular are underrepresented, and they have painfully low CAP scores, and they really need this. I think there's about 300 roughly, that number may have changed somewhat, that were able to participate. But yet, even by your own numbers, there's over 1,800 of those students. So, you know, I would just ask that if we really want to have the action behind our equity, maybe this is a template, but next year, could we include all of them? And any of our students who are not, you know, or basically functionally not literate, I would like them to have this experience. And I think that would really make parents realize that we really are taking the necessary action, because these students are falling through the cracks. And especially those with differences, only 9% of them met the UC graduation requirements. And that actually went down from 11% the year before. So I just want you to really take care of those that really need it. And by law, we're obligated to take care of, but it looks like a great program. So thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you so much. Board members, do you have any comments or concerns or questions regarding the Summer of Learning and the Summer Institute? Pplease, Ms. Alvarez.
Big thank you for all the coordination, the hard work, to Ms. Sierra Loffridge and Dr. Rowdy Harder. Thank you so much. And also, I realize today's your last board meeting, Dr. Rowdy Harder. So a big thank you, huge appreciation for all the work that you've done on behalf of all the students. Thank you very much, and we wish you that you have some rest during the summer before you go to your new adventures. And maybe I'll see you there next week when I go and enjoy this summer of learning. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. I just have a couple of questions. Ladies, I wonder if there's anything that you're learning that you learned after the first week and a half and you're already modifying and changing.
I have one thing I can share, which is that at one of our junior highs, they had not fully invited all students into a summer bridge experience, but their first week was so successful that they said, we have to do this with everybody, which just thrilled me because that would have been our goal, and we're going to be able to make that happen. And so across the board, we have more and more students coming. I just want to say also the personalized outreach, and a huge thank you to our language access unit and to many staff members at the sites who have been making those personalized calls, including counselors and office staff members. So I would say the personalized outreach, the one-on-one connections and the relationship building that we have seen in this summer school experience is something we definitely want to carry forward and expand upon for next year.
I would add that the biggest learning and appreciation goes out to our FAU, specifically Cindy Escobar, and a shout out to Kathy Kearns from STA as well, because we are moving kids in a way that we've never moved kids. We're taking kids from Adams School and bringing them over to SBCA. We're taking newcomers from anywhere that they're at and getting them over to McKinley. And so that required a lot of personal outreach, a lot of phone calls, a lot of, let's get in this meeting and work this out, a shared spreadsheet where we can actually write, mom is dropping them off, please make sure the bus comes back, and just really working on what Ms. Alvarez was talking about on the transportation aspect, so we can get our kids safely to school and back home, as well as all about in our community to explore Santa Barbara. So I think the biggest learning is how important having that clear communication with the transportation, STA. Thank you, Kathy. And I really very much appreciate our FAU this week with all of their phone calls and outreach to families and really dialing in what the needs of those students are, down to the specific student.
Thank you so much. I have one question for Dr. Maldonado, and that is, at this time, do you have plans to follow through with a continuing relationship of sorts and getting away from sort of the one and done with the keynote speakers?
Yes, there's definitely some follow-up workshops and consulting work that they will be doing with us. I know Joe Feldman will be continuing. We have some contract work with Dr. Mapp as well for the family engagement. Dr. Rios is working on a study with Santa Barbara High School. What am I missing? Dr. Fry is going to be essential to our language and literacy plan for elementary. And that's about it. The 4 out of the 5 we will continue to work with and expand our learning and working with them on grading, language and literacy. Dr. Rios' study, help me, Sean, do you remember? Mentoring students, and gosh, I'm drawing a blank. Yeah, I think that was it.
No, that's great. Thank you so much. I think it's so important because we all know, and sometimes in education, we are sort of a one and done kind of endeavor. And now we know that it's great for adults to keep that rolling and keep learning all the time. So thanks. With that, I'll just say on behalf of the board, thank you for what looks like an amazing program, and it's probably fulfilling all the dreams that we had for this summer. So thank you to all who've been involved. And now we'll go on back to our agenda, action agenda, and that is number 5, board members. We are now tasked with approving the tentative agreement with the California School Employees Association and the Santa Barbara Chapter 37 for this position of family engagement and partnership reorganization. Dr. Becchio.
All right, thank you very much. And I'll just start by reminding the board that you will see tentative agreements come before you for approval with CSEA because under the rules of our contract, CSEA, we require to negotiate with them if we change job descriptions or add new positions. And so that's why you see a tentative agreement come before you. So we have negotiated with them this particular tentative agreement. You'll see one in the next item as well. Just to break this down so it's simple to understand, and then we'll take questions, and Maria Larios Horton is with us too, so she can answer any programmatic questions you might have. We are, with this restructure, adding a district lead position to our family engagement unit. We are adding 5 new elementary positions. They will be split between schools, and this is TK through 6. And that's why we have 5 for actually 10 programs. And we are adding 2 new junior high positions so that all the junior highs have a family engagement liaison. And then the 4 high schools, which already have a position such as this, the job description and range will change, and the months will go from 10-month position to 11-month position. So that really is a breakdown of what this restructure is. And I'll be happy to, this is an LCAP funded restructure. So I wanted to point that out because most of what you've been seeing is from ESSER funds. And with that, I'll leave it to the board to ask any questions you might have.
I appreciate that, Dr. Becchio. Mr. Hio, are there any public comments on this item?
No problem.
Thank you. Board members, any questions or concerns regarding the family engagement and partnership reorganization and additional positions? Ms. Sims-Moten.
Hi, Dr. Becchio. I just had a question. How is this relation to our family resource centers? Does that change that relationship, or does it, when you say lead from us, are they now the coordinator of those services that they're providing to us? The like family service agency, will it change that at all?
Oh, sorry, no, this does not change the partnership we have with agency like FSA.
So it's more our internal.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
In fact, it seems like we're building capacity.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Something we've always been talking about and actually are doing now. Ms. Capps, please.
Just want to echo that point. We often hear from members of the public, families that are so concerned about mental health of students. And so it's delightful to see that we're adding that kind of capacity of actual trained therapists on campus. So I'm happy to support this.
Yeah, just to point out, this particular item is our family engagement liaisons. The next item will be the therapists.
I jumped ahead.
That's okay, but you know,
You don't
there is
get
a
to speak next time. No, just
yeah, there is a
kidding.
connection though, because the more we engage with our families and students
Absolutely,
like this,
perfect.
we make referrals to the different sources.
I'm pro family engagement as well. Very excited.
Awesome. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'd like to ask the board for a motion to approve item number 5, which is the approval of the tentative agreement with the California School Employees Association and its Santa Barbara chapter number 37 for the family engagement and partnership reorganization. Ms. Munoz, thank you. And a second? Oh, of course, Ms. Capps. All in favor now, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye. This motion passes unanimously. And now on to number 6, which is also an item for Dr. Becchio, which is the approval of the tentative agreement with California School Employees Association and Santa Barbara Chapter 37 regarding the creation of a new job classification called Crisis Care Specialist / Therapist, and the addition of 2 Crisis Care Specialist Therapist positions. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Becchio.
Thank you. I will present this item and then get out of your way for the rest of the evening. So this, this is very exciting. This is a proposal to hire 2 crisis care therapists. And I'll just take a brief moment to explain what these positions will be doing in terms of services in our schools. These positions respond to immediate crises that occur. So, for example, suicides or threat of suicide, any witness to violence, traumatic events, death of family members or friends, these things all occur within our schools. And these crisis care therapists will respond immediately to these crises across all of our programs. And their job is to really provide that immediate treatment, immediate care in these situations, and then transition the family or the student or staff member to a longer term plan of getting the treatment or counseling or therapy that they need. And that's where our agencies that we partner with will likely come in, or they'll refer it out to one of our counselors or some other resource. And so then they'll move on to what would be another crisis as long as that particular case is being taken care of over the long term. So that is in a nutshell, the plan for this. This is an ELO or ESSER funded. So again, as with all those positions, we will evaluate effectiveness and also budget and to determine whether it continues. With that, I will happy to take board questions. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, Ms. Trujillo, can you confirm that there are no public comments on this item?
No public comment on this item.
Thank you so much. Well, I can only say that we might chuckle about some aspect of process, but these positions are absolutely serious and important, and I can only echo the support that Ms. Capps has shown. So, board members, anything else that you'd like to mention? Ms. Alvarez, please.
I know that we've been adding several positions in the past few months, and the majority are ESSER and ELO funded. And not for tonight, but I like in the future to have a visual of how all these positions are going to be working together. That will really help me in my mind organize all these positions and how they relate, obviously, to the direct support of students and our MTSS work. And also, I did have the same question as Board Member Capps. How is this going to be coordinated with our FSA contract? Is there something that next year, when we review the budget once again, are we going to say, okay, this is working really well, we need to keep FSA, we need to keep our internal, the capacity that we have built? Because it seems to me that there might be some duplication of services.
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Wagnick will do that on an annual basis. My understanding of these positions, though, is they're not necessarily occupying that same space as FSA, in the sense that, as I explained, they're going to be the acute needs of students in crisis that then get passed off to longer term solutions, such as what FSA might provide, or CALM, or other private entities, therapists, counselors, etc. So it's slightly different, and that's my understanding. But to answer your main question is, it will be evaluated in the context of that those other programs to determine its effectiveness.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Ms. Munoz, please.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Becchio, for answering the questions about this position. I certainly see the importance of it and how we would be improving our district with these positions, and our focus on the student-centered, the wellness, the family, bringing that all in, and having having staff that's exclusively devoted to that. I really appreciate, the ability to respond, the follow-up with the student and family within 24 hours to help bridge them to, appropriate agencies, and therapists to make sure that things are in place for them, and with someone with that expertise. So thank you. I mean, this has my full support.
Thank you.
Just one further comment really for Dr. Maldonado, and that is that with some of these positions that we are so proud to approve, I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for you and your team to give us sort of an update, maybe after the first quarter, about, were you able to fill these positions, and are you already noticing some changes or some ways that they enhance our interactions with kids? Would you consider that?
Absolutely. We'll bring reports quarterly to the board.
Thanks a lot. So with that, I guess it's time for a vote, right? I'd like a motion to approve item number 6. This is the approval of the tentative agreement with California School Employees Association and the Santa Barbara chapter number 37 regarding the creation of the new job classification of crisis care specialist / therapist and the addition of 2 crisis care specialist therapist positions. Ms. Alvarez, thank you so much for the motion, and a second for Mrs. Munoz. So thank you again, and now all in favor, board members, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
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 Aye. This motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And since it's almost 8:30, we are going to take our regularly scheduled break and come back to talk about the local accountability plan. Accountability plan with Mr. Vance. So, Brian, if you would please start the countdown clock. The break begins now. Good evening again. We're back from our break, and we are now on item number 7, which is the adoption of the 2021-22 Local Control Accountability Plan. And I will turn this item over to Mr. Vance.
Thank you, Board President Ford. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Maldonado. First, I just want to thank our students, our family members, our teachers and administrators, classified staff, and community members for all of the work that they've done in terms of providing feedback and really thoughtful analysis of what happened over this past year and the past 2 years, because this has been a review of not just this past year, but 2 years because of the pandemic, and then providing great guidance, around the LCAP and what they would like to see. So it was really useful, and we were able to incorporate what their passion and purpose was for this LCAP. There are 3 key points I want to bring up before you make a decision on the LCAP. The first one is actually, before the 3 points, I want to say the main theme of this LCAP is sustained focus. It's keeping a sustained focus for 3 years on the work that we'll be doing. So the first point I wanted to bring up was actually, it's around addressing academic achievement. So in the previous LCAP, if you looked at the actions, there were 5 goals and actions within those goals. You would actually see from 2016 up, we had broad increases in academic achievement. So that was occurring. But if you were to drill down into the specifics, you would see the students who were not going up within the broad group. So what I would say about this LCAP in particular, it's really laser focused on the students who need this. And that would be of course, our unduplicated student population. The second point that I would make would be really working around social and emotional needs and the issues of equity. So in the past LCAP, you did have that in there, and that was the work that you started. The thing is, you see that there was a shift in people's will and the mindset. Like you saw with this Institute of Learning for our Santa Barbara Unified staff, you see that they are ready to move and to be, they're motivated to go ahead. The thing about this new LCAP is now it's time to get down to the nitty-gritty. Now it's time to bring it and apply it into the classroom, apply it across the district, and make sure that we have policies and everything we need in order to make this actually happen. The third thing I wanted to bring up was the measuring of impact. And that's crucial. How do we know that these things are going to happen? And I think the other thing I would like to bring up regarding this is that this is part of our decision making. The ELO and all of these funds, the ESSER funds, those are designed to help us to restore our students are restored to a level where we can continue to move forward, but it's not a sustained thing forever. So we're going to have to make decisions to see what's working and what's not, what we find of value and what we don't. And it can't be based on opinion. It's got to be based on metrics. And so with that in mind, we're really focusing on really selecting metrics, as you've heard from our superintendent, and we'll be continuing to do that. The thing is, we did this plan at the end, or in the middle and at the end of the pandemic. So some of the metrics you'll see are actually from 18-19 school year, because that makes the most sense. So like suspension rates and so on. And then you'll see some metrics from 1920 and then metrics from 2021. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, because those were really the viable metrics that we need to use. One additional point I wanted to bring up, we did a last minute edit. And so with Ms. Alvarez brought to my attention, I don't know if you have the LCAP in front of you or not, but on page 15, at the bottom of the line, there's one sentence that's right before La Cuesta Continuation High School. It starts with, "The staff has worked closely." The sentence was originally, "The staff has worked closely with the principal, and the principal has interviewed parents for input on rethinking the core knowledge program to provide more equitable access and/or to decide to dismantle the program if the inequities persist." And it was brought to our attention that the dismantling of the program, who's deciding to dismantle this? How is this in place? And ultimately, are we going to dismantle a program because students are not able to attain it, or do we lift the students up to the level where they are able to participate? So these are the conversations we truly have to have, and so with that being said, we eliminated the part where it says dismantling the program. So it reads the sentence as is, except it ends at provide more equitable access, period. So that's all I have to say regarding the LCAP. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your hard work on this, and also for the engagement that you have with so many aspects of our stakeholders. And so with that, Ms. Trujillo, could you introduce our public speakers on this item?
Thank you, President Ford. We have one speaker for this item, Moni DeWitt.
Thank you, Sandra. Hi, board. Yes, so I was on the Parent Advisory Committee, and I just want to say I did have some concerns about this LCAP. One is that the focus, the laser focus, is supposed to be on our most vulnerable students, in particular, the ones who generate these funds, be our foster youth, our English language learners, and the socioeconomic hardship. And I feel in many ways these funds are being spent district-wide. I know certainly for some of the family engagement salaries, I believe, are coming out of it. And So I have a concern about the spending, that it's not focused on those it's intended. The second thing, as a parent advisory and listening to many of the parents, we weren't given any of these spreadsheets of how the money was spent until like the very last meeting or the meeting before that. And we wanted to see the money broken down site-based, and so that we could see, are these students at these campuses being helped in the most effective way? And it is impossible to see from this spreadsheet if that is going to be accomplished. So I would say the transparency is still an issue. And lastly, and sadly, there wasn't meaningful parent engagement. It was the whole way our committees were set up was we were presented with the district's goals and we were allowed to comment on those very briefly, but there wasn't much room for an original idea or other considerations. And the whole thing about LCAP is that we help these most vulnerable students in the most effective way. And there is one thing that I think our district's Achilles heel is its culture around literacy. We are not using evidence-based practices. You can read Emily Hanford. She goes into great detail that the science of reading is evidence-based. And if we did this across the board early on, we would solve some of the achievement gap. A big piece of it is they don't have the skills and they're not being taught how they need to learn. This is true both for the people with learning differences as well as anyone who struggles with literacy. They need a different approach. And even the author, Lucy Calkins, of the technique you're using says that it doesn't work for this group. So, we have to revisit this and the scores will rise. And we also need to do automatic testing right away. Our interventions are too late in this district. And these all should have come up at the LCAP because we are not effective for this group. We're painfully ineffective. And the money is being spent not specifically enough. And I'm still concerned. And I would like to see it site-based. Thank you.
Thank you. And President Ford, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you very much. And now, board members, do you have any further questions or comments on the LCAP? Ms. Munoz, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vance, for that explanation and for also making it understandable, both for our public and for ourselves. I really appreciate that. And I want to emphasize, focus on in the LCAP of on both ends, the early childhood education and also the college and career readiness in terms of assuring that our students get off to the right start and have that support, and then also prepare for the future. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Ms. Sims-Moten.
Yes, thank you. I certainly echo the early care and education. so glad to see that. And I was hearing the language of P through 12 districts. So I really appreciate us really looking at that, including at the very earliest as we can with our, with our students. So I just had a question about when we're measuring the impact and the evaluation of that. How are we doing that, and how will we know that that we're seeing the movement and understanding that a little bit better?
Right. So in particular, there are various types of assessments that you would want to take, right? So we have our periodic assessments. So you do those every 3 months. So you'll do a fall, winter, and spring, and those are important. And we do that with our STAR testing. And we do that we have the early literacy. So that's kindergarten, first grade. And then we do a reading and a math assessment for second grade up. And so one of the things that will be really important, and we're talking about this is really language literacy and mathematics, right? Yeah. And so what we're looking at particular is for those students who are performing at a low level or who are not at a level where they need to be, and then we can actually start doing the interventions and focusing on that. So it's a broader practice with this, and you do it at each school site. So you do this analysis. It's all tied into our MTSS program that we're going to be doing as we move ahead. Sorry, my glasses are steaming up there.
Yeah.
So, but the other thing that's really important, that's a really important question that you bring up, is that we also, today we were reviewing the digital assessments that some of these were reviewing in terms of keeping the contracts or not. And one of the things that's really important is these assessments actually drill down even further. So if you start an intervention process, or you're working on, let's say, figurative language, and you're focusing on metaphors and only metaphors, then that's maybe a week or 2 weeks, and you want to see if they have achieved, they're able to get it, and you move on. So there are small assessments, and then we have the periodic assessments. We have the SBAC, which we will go back to. So that will be our summative assessment at the end of the year that we'll use to measure how we did as a district and as a school. The other measurements, as well as we do the survey, the student health survey, so they call it CHICS, right? And those surveys are important. The last thing I say, which is really important, is like we will have to make sure we're reviewing the suspension rates, chronic absenteeism, as well as looking at the initial IEPs, because how many initial IEPs are actually being brought up, and seeing who's being assessed, how is it being assessed, what policies are around that as well. So these are all the various measures that we use.
I really appreciate that, because we were talking earlier in the year about getting at the root cause. And so really looking at the evaluation is going to be able to just adapt to whatever we need to do to support the student. And so one more question would be, so are we measuring where we can, if we need to make a change in course, we're not waiting to the end of the year to do that, right? Are we measuring mid-year?
Yeah. That's exactly it. So we're not waiting till we get the scores from the state to say, oh my goodness, we've got to do something. Now, this is really about a diagnostic tool, a calibrated diagnostic tool, not something that's just made up. It's a tool that we can use to actually drill down and see what's happening and what's not happening. So.
Yeah, and lastly, I would just say this really is where the equity in action is going to meet the road, where the rubber is going to hit the road, right? With regards to that, are we giving ourselves a bar to reach with this with all the systems that we're putting in place? Are we saying we want to move by X percentage or not?
We have. So that was one of the conversations I had with Dr. Maldonado and our staff. And so what we did is, if you look in the LCAP, you'll notice under goals, it has like one column that has where we are currently, and then you have 3 blanks, and then you have this one column that's filled. Those metrics, that third column, is where we are planning on being at the end of 3 years. So, and that's why year 1, 2, and 3 are blank, because we haven't completed those years yet. So.
Right. And one last question. I know I said that just a minute ago, but it just popped up there. So we're really trying to align our budget with what we're trying to do here. So if we find in that mid-year assessment or whatever, will we be able to also look at if we need to shift resources from budgets to make that adjustment as well?
Definitely. And it's designed, actually the LCAP design, since the start of the LCAP, it was designed to do that. So you can actually not wait till the end of the school year to do something.
Okay, great. Yeah. Thank you.
Please, Ms. Capps.
I know there's a lot of data in here that shows the need for improvement, but I just wanted to highlight, the positive. It's so nice to see the fact that the graduation rates went up this last year. I would not have expected that a year ago at this point, that across the board, that graduation rates would go up and that attendance was so high. We read these national headlines and even out of LA and elsewhere of these sort of lost kids. But I just want to acknowledge our staff and teachers who kept our kids afloat. Not to minimize any of the challenges that our students faced this last year and still are facing, but seeing these numbers so clearly laid out, and thank you, Steve, for that, is just a validation of the hard work that went in and that our students did to actually walk across those stages this year in such high numbers.
And Ms. Capps, just to reiterate that, when I started drilling down and looking at the data at the beginning of June to see how everyone did, I was really surprised that I was expecting to see worse, because that's what everybody, the research from NWEA, was saying that, especially in mathematics, you were going to see a huge drop. We saw a drop, but it wasn't as significant as I was expecting it to be. So, I mean, we have our work ahead, but it could have looked much worse. So.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Ms. Alvarez.
Well, first of all, thank you, Mr. Vance, for all your time. We had a one-on-one meeting, so I really appreciate your time. And I did read the 50-plus pages of the LCAP, so thank you. Thank you for all your hard work.
I did notice that.
You did notice that. And I did ask you to quantify the number of new positions in the LCAP, because that's what makes sense to me. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to make sure it made sense to me what it's being brought before me for approval. So I appreciate your doing that. And what I see is that we have 41 positions in the LCAP. And when I was reviewing them, it's, as you say, it's lasered focus for interventions, for language and literacy coaches, for family engagement, for the tutoring, for the peak students that are our students with the most needs. My wondering is, and maybe you already answered this question, is how long does it take for a student to receive specialized intervention? How long do we wait to assess a student and determine that he or she or they need help?
So, I'm sorry, Ms. Alvarez, let me make sure I understand the question. So are you asking how long do we wait to start assessing them, or how long do we wait to determine that the intervention was successful?
That is necessary. For example, my wondering is, as a little bit as Ms. Moten was talking about, we don't want to wait till a child is suspended. We don't want to wait till the state test or the child has progressed to another grade level and that child's still not at grade level. So my question is, how often do we assess? Am I making sense? I hope
Yes.
I am. I hope I am.
Let me take that.
Okay.
Actually, one of the things we haven't brought to the board, but we plan to in the next board meetings, I've had Ed Service staff create end-of-year expectations by grade level and course, from early ed all the way to high school. And they have completed those. So we will be bringing and making public what every child needs to learn by the end of each grade level and so on. And that is the expectation, that every child will learn that content by the end of that grade level. And so the purpose of what Mr. Vance is explaining is that through periodic monitoring, through really looking at all the things that children will need to learn over time, we will be on top of monitoring them throughout the year so that we don't get to the end of the year and suddenly go, they didn't learn it. So these end of grade level expectations, and for example, in elementary, are aligned to our new report cards. And all of that work is now becoming, it's getting all connected. All the dots are getting connected. So there is an expectation and a metric by which we will measure whether or not children achieve what they need to by the end of each grade level and course. And those will be public. Parents will, sorry to interrupt, let me continue. At parent conferences, they'll also know the expected outcomes for their children over time so that they can know how close or how far they are from that. And that's all part of, some of the work we'll be engaging with MTSS. That's all the work that we've been preparing to launch. I hope that's helpful.
Yes, my thing was, okay, how long does it take for a student to receive academic interventions? And basically, there's no straight answer to say it's a month, 2 months, because it depends on the needs of the students.
On the progress we need to make towards getting to, and that's where we trust that our teachers understand the end goal and then backwards plan what they need to learn per unit of learning or a couple weeks, and that's where the periodic assessments come in. So depending on each grade level and what that periodic assessment of units looks like, it could be every month we're looking at kids. I expect that every month we're going to meet with our MTSS teams. We're going to look at the outcomes for the whole child, attendance, everything that we need to know about children. and see who's making it, who's not. What does that look like? What are we going to do about it? And just keep repeating this conversation we will be having.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much for that answer.
Can I just also want to reiterate one other thing, that we have a summer of learning right now. So when the kids show up to school, it's not like we don't know the students. So if you think about it, we're assessing the kids, and the expectation is actually to take what we know so we can move more swiftly. Once they arrive to the school, we see teachers in the elementary schools will see who they have. They'll look at CUMES and look at the data, and they can actually start determining what the needs are right away. And that's part of the process why you have the professional learning communities and using that effectively as well. So we could start doing this more quickly than just waiting 2 months down the road to do this work. So.
Thank you. Just a couple things. First of all, Mr. Vance, thank you so much for two things about feedback. One is about asking for it, and then it's just so heartening to know that it was given and that it was responded to. And so that is exactly how it's supposed to work. So I'm delighted to focus on that. And also, I love the idea of sustaining focus on students and sustaining focus on data. Very important. I also forgot to mention that on June 10th, Ms. Alvarez and I attended the final meeting, the awards and the LCAP presentation for DLAC for the district. And there were some really great questions there. And I was just wondering if you'd be willing to just elaborate a little bit for the board about why some things in the LCAP might look like they're, for every kid, but they actually are going to allow us to dive deeply into supports for the unduplicated students.
Yes, so it starts with looking at it starts with looking at where the need lies, because that's the beginning of this whole process. So what we did was we looked at where the need was in terms of the students. So for example, when we started analyzing graduation rates, but more importantly, A through G, students who have successfully completed A through G, it was clear which students had completed that and which hadn't. And there were various measures regarding that. So we took that. And then the second part is we took these actions and created actions to help address that. The third thing in particular, the one thing that came out of the DLAC conversation was, well, why do we have this program where we have the professional learning community? What's this PLC? Why the arts teachers? Why is this in place? And if you notice in the LCAP, near the end, I discuss it because it's one of the strategies, one of the actions we're carrying over from the past LCAP. And from what I hear is that, and what you see from the data, and going back to what Ms. Capps was saying regarding the success of the work that's been happening, you can see that from level to level that it increased, right? That the work that was being completed, you saw students rise. You saw that rise. Now, as we start to focus, though, we have a structure in place, and that structure is crucial because it will help us to go in and use the people and the resources that we're putting into place, and we have time allotted for teachers to start doing this heavy work, focusing specifically on the unduplicated students, while all of the students are going to be out receiving PE instruction, arts instruction, and music instruction. So it's leveraging what's worked successfully and now shifting in a way to actually, now let's use it specifically for this action.
Thanks a lot. And Ms. Carey has talked to us many times about the cycles of inquiry and how they will fit into meeting the needs of these students. So we're very hopeful, but we also have high expectations. No pressure. And congratulations on your new job.
Let's do it.
Absolutely. So board members, I'm wondering if I may have a motion to approve item number 7, which is the adoption of the 2021-22 Local Control Accountability Plan. Ms. Alvarez, thank you. And is there a second? Ms. Capps, thank you very much. Board members, all in favor, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion to accept the LCAP passes unanimously, and thank you.
Great job. Thank you.
On to number 8, please. The 8th item is also very important, an annual item. Ms. Chate will tell us all about how we can be sure to adopt the Santa Barbara Unified School District 2021-22 fiscal year budget. Ms. Chate.
Thank you, Board President. This is my 13th and final adopted budget. In fact, this is my final budget presentation as the CBO of Santa Barbara Unified, as I am retiring in 5 days. I want to thank the board, my coworkers, and my staff for a great run. It's been a great time. I want to bring your attention to the cover of the budget of this booklet. It has the food service in the M&O department, and then it has thank you all over it. And I want to say to that team that both food service and the M&O department were there endlessly working during this pandemic in the past year. They never skipped a beat. They were always ready to help out, not only for the district, but our community. So I want to thank the food service department and the M&O department for everything that they did during this pandemic. The narrative for the adopted budget has been provided to the board and the public, and it summarized the content of the required state reports. The budget has been developed using School Services of California may revise assumptions, the settlement agreements, and for our employees, all the additional positions, the state and federal relief funds, fully supports the LCAP that Mr. Venz just went over, and reflects the equitable budget for the students of Santa Barbara Unified in sync with the equity resolution number 2020-21-22 approved by the board on January 26th. What the budget doesn't reflect is the final state budget due to the fact that Governor Newsom has not signed it, nor has the federal budget for education been finalized. Once these budgets are approved, staff will provide the board with an update no later than at first interim. The issues that are of concern with the state budget is the funding of universal transition kindergarten. Currently, community-funded districts are not slated to receive such funding. Regarding the federal budget, the promise of additional funds for special ed, which would benefit the general fund tremendously, and additional funds for Title I have also not been finalized. The good news from the Department of Ag has announced that all districts will be funded using the seamless summer option, which allows all students this year to eat free, no matter free, reduced, or paid. The Department of Ag is also considering the possibility of the universal feed program, which means all kids would eat for free. Staff will also keep you updated on the possibility of this universal program. That means kids would eat forever free. Next slide, Brian. Lacey, the Director of Fiscal Services, will also be presenting the slides with me. We want to start with this graph. The graph on the right shows the enrollment, and you can see the blue line on the enrollment. We are decreasing. We have been for a long time, and so is the state. This is nothing new. However, if you look at the red line, this is our unduplicated pupil count, and it has remained consistent pretty much. It's flatlined after 21-22 and is projected to stay that way for 23-24. On the right side is enrollment and student demographics, and that is the blue bar is the total enrollment, the first group of blue bar is the total enrollment, and then it shows the homeless, foster, youth is in the orange, the yellow is the socially economically disadvantaged, and the emergent lingual learners is the green. That's our total population. Then it's subdivided into elementary and secondary. And you may notice that the gold bar jumps up pretty high in the secondary, and that's because of our partner districts coming into the system. Next slide, Brian. This is a chart that we've wanted, Lacey and I have talked about for a long time, and she finally created it, and we're really excited about it because it really does show if we were an LCFF district, what would we get compared to that we are a basic aid district or community funded. And the components of the LCFF entitlement equals 128 million. That's the far left. And you can see about 112 million is the supplemental base grant. That's the standard TK to 3, 4 to 6, 7, 8, and 9 to 12 grades. And then in the orange, you see the supplemental grant of 12.1 million, and that's what Mr. Venz is working with over there on the LCAP side. Then there's the gold, which is the grade span adjustment. This is class size reduction and the CTE part, career tech education. And then on the very top is the add-on for the targeted instruction improvement block grant and home to school transportation. And that's a total of 128.8 million. Then you go over to the right side of the budget and you see that total is 149 million. 135 million is property taxes. You can see that the green bar exceeds the blue bar by quite a bit. And then you see that there is in the pink $11.4 million in categoricals, and then the EPA protection account that you approved under the consent item today is 2.4 million. I want you to notice that that 11.4 million is the old categorical money, but you don't see it on the LCFF side of the chart. And the reason why is because we get the supplemental grant. Now, you're saying, well, why do we have 11.4 in state aid and it's not mentioned on the other side? The 11.4 million, as I mentioned, is the old categorical amount. And if the state didn't give us that, they'd have no control over us. So the state has to give us money so that we follow the rules. So that's why you see that 11.4 showing as we are a community funded district. You do not see any supplemental funding on the basic aid side or the community funded side of the budget. That's because that's paid for out of property taxes and partially paid out of the state aid. Next slide. So I'll turn this over to Lacey.
Thank you. So this chart compares the total unrestricted revenue to the total unrestricted expenditures. I want us to focus on the last 3 years in this chart. All 3 years of total revenue include an estimated 5% growth in property tax revenue, whereas the total expenditures include the agreed upon 3-year cost of living adjustments, the estimated changes of employees' step and movement in columns on the salary schedules, and increases in employee benefits such as CalSTRS, CalPERS, and health insurance. Even with the projected increase in revenues, the expenditures, as you can see, are outpacing the revenues. We will continue to monitor both revenue and expenditures and adjust as needed to bring the revenue and the expenditures closer together. Next slide, please. Over the years, the district has done an excellent job increasing reserves. In the prior years, the special reserve fund has increased with transfers from the general fund. Going forward, the special reserve fund is projected to grow based on interest earnings only. The restricted fund balance decreases as those funds are generally spent in the year received. Again, looking at the last 3 years of the chart, the deficit spending, which we saw on the previous slide where the expenditures are greater than the revenue, is causing the unrestricted fund balance to decrease, leaving the special reserve fund fully supporting the district reserves. Let's now look at all of this in the multi-year projection. Next slide, please. And Brian, if you could click on the link to bring up the multi-year projection. Thank you. Years. You can see the trend that the district has been receiving around 5 to 6% growth year over year. We've already discussed the increases in salary and benefits. So I'll just quickly point out on line 10 for services. This is increasing due to increased transportation costs and an estimated increase in property and liability insurance. That brings us to line 14, which shows that the district's deficit spending in every year of the MYP. This, like I mentioned before, this leads to the negative ending fund balance in 22-23 and continues to grow in 23-24. The negative is offset by the special reserve ending balance so that we still meet the state recommended reserve of 3%. So in order to see our true total unrestricted reserve balance, you need to take the total for the special reserve balance and subtract the negative unrestricted ending fund balance. And if you do that in 23-24, you get about 9.1 million. And just for comparison, our monthly general fund payroll, which is all salary and benefits, averages around 13 million. So our reserves are now projected to be lower than 1 month's salary and benefits. So we will continue to monitor these numbers and make adjustments so that we can bring these reserves back up and decrease our deficit spending. So with that, we'll go to the next slide, which is going to be questions and comments from the board.
Thank you so much. Did you have anything you wanted to add, Ms. Jette?
Nope, we'll just answer your questions.
Okay, perfect. I believe that there are no public comments. Can you confirm that, Ms. Trujillo?
No public comment.
Thank you. Okay, board members, it's now your turn to add some comments and questions regarding the proposed budget. Ms. Alvarez, please.
Ms. Jette, would you bring back the slide where it has the LCFF versus community funded? I have some questions on that as it relates to our LCAP also. Okay, well, while you do that, that's fine. Of course, one of my concerns is the fact that we are deficit spending. And I know that we had a conversation before about we receive property taxes estimates 3 times a year, but we really don't know how much we are going to receive till after June 30th of the current year. So it could be an increase, but it could also be a decrease depending on the real estate market. And I know that in other conversations, Ms. Jette, you had mentioned that you strongly recommend that if property taxes at the end of the current fiscal year are higher than what was estimated at P2 or period 2, that those should go into a special reserve fund so that we can replenish what it's projected to be spent. So can you tell us a little bit more about that?
So you have 2 options, right? You could let it fall to fund balance in the current year, which is 2021, And then it flows through the 3 years because it beefs up your ending fund balance by the amount that that we get in excess property taxes. And that will help the second year out, 22, 23, and then again in 23, 24, because you have more money that you're starting with the year in 21, 22. Or you can continue to let the current year deficit and then just bank it in your Fund 17, which does the same thing in the long run, right? I would suggest you just let it fall to fund balance so that it does help with that deficit and it makes the general fund stand on itself by itself more. And I just want to add to you're right about the property taxes. We get it 3 times a year, and our county is very conservative, and we have to book what they say to book. So when they come, like last year, it came in at 6 million higher. We didn't know that until the cash hit our bank. That's a great surprise. But as Board Member Alvarez says, it could go the other way. I don't think it will. I don't think Board Member Alvarez believes it will either. But you got to, we won't know until June 30th.
Yeah, you're right. And I have a crystal ball and I do not believe that, but we won't know till after June 30th. So thank you. Now, 2 more things. Of course, in the future in our to-do list, what I would like to see is that we come up with a cost savings plan, that we look very deeply into our budget and identify areas that we might be able to reduce costs. And also that we have a full accounting of all of our ESSER monies and our one-time monies, that we can have a visual, that we can see, okay, this is how much we've committed, this is how much is left, so that we are not double spending money that we do not have in this wonderful educational program. So I think that would be very helpful. And also for me personally, in the future, before approving any additional positions or any additional expenses, I like to know in the backup information in the budget, that it specifically says if it's already in the budget or if this is an additional expense and the impact to the bottom line of the budget. And then my final comment is, could you please clarify a little bit more, Ms. Jate, on this graph? I mean, the difference between being state funded and being community funded is 128,807 to 149,200,848. And in the pink, the state aid, which is what we use for our duplicated pupils. What happens when our obligation is higher than the 11.4 million? Then how do we meet that obligation? Where does that money come from?
So you can see that in the left side of the budget under the LCFF entitlement, that it already exceeds. It's at 12.1 million. In the past, it's been running right about the 11.4, 11.6. Now we're at 12 million. So now the difference between the 11.4 and the 12.1 is funded out of the bucket of 135, 264, 366, which is our property taxes.
So even though our obligation to unduplicated pupils grows, doesn't mean that we get additional funding from the state. That obligation is funded from our general fund property taxes, which in turn, we not only offer services to those unduplicated pupils, but we also offer those services district-wide because it's from our property taxes.
That's
is that right?
absolutely correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Sims Mountain.
Yes, thank you. So, Ms. Jate, it is your 13th budget, but it is not Friday the 13th. So I think we're in good shape with it. So most of my questions were asked and answered through Ms. Alvarez. I just have, I know we don't know until June 30th, but the county budget hearings are around the early part of June. Are we looking, are you able to I don't know if you listen to those, but those, Joe Holland has to make a budget presentation. So do we get an estimate from when his presentation is, or I know we still wait for the actual end of June, but that may give us an early indication as to what the property taxes may be.
I have not heard of his presentation. As I said, in March, when it comes out, we use that from the county auditor's assessor's office, what they projected property taxes to be. It affects impounds. It has a variety of things, the RDA. So no, I have not listened to Joe Holland's.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. So that might be
That's all right.
something, just so we can get an idea whether we're going up or we're not going down. He's definitely going to know that, and he'll give you, as you said, his probably best conservative, but you have an idea because it impacts us directly. So that might be something we want to consider. Also, making sure that we're not leaving any money on the table, making sure that we're claiming it, to look at it, reducing as we look at our budget, as Ms. Alvarez has said, where can we look at reducing some expenditures or things that we don't think we're going to spend, how we can also impact our bottom line. So those are the two things, because she definitely asked some very good questions, but the two things I wanted to make sure that let's listen to those county hearings to see where they are, because it kind of tells you all the indication as to, like TOT, I don't know if that necessarily impacts us, but all the property tax is certainly going to make that presentation. And then making sure we're not leaving any money on the table through any reimbursements that we either we're waiting for or we haven't put in for. Thank you. Thank you for this report, and it's your last report, but thank you so much. And as Lacey as well, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. I have a couple of questions, and then we can move on. First of all, with the enrollment projections, the history and projections on page 14, I wondered if you changed them at all from the last time. It's not clear to me, at least, whether you did or not, but knowing that enrollment is decreasing more precipitously than we really thought it would, are those going to change, do you think?
That's a really good question. And, Lacey and I talked at length about this, because last year when I did the adopted budget for the enrollment projections for 21, 22, we decided to go back to that projection, because our philosophy there was, okay, 2021 was a bust with the pandemic. Who knows what was going to happen? But I figured most of the kids would come back. So I just kept those projections in the budget. So they're exactly what they were. It's slightly adjusted because we got our final ones for 1920, those types of things. So there's a little adjustment there, but for the most part, we did it. When we went back to the adopted budget for 2021 and used the 21-22 enrollment.
Okay, thank you. A couple other questions. One about the trailer bill on the state helping out with STRS and PERS. Do you have any idea to what extent this either, number one, is possible, or number two, what it might entail, how it might provide some relief to districts?
Yeah, that's a great question. The Senate and the Assembly want that. The governor doesn't at this point, the last time I heard. So this is what the conflict is, and something's got to give, right? If we get that, it would be really great, because it would offset our STRS and PERS contribution, and it may go down 1% to 2%, and that's a lot of money on that. So, currently all our statutories for classified are about 34%, and our certificate is about 22%. That's the entire statutories. So it's a big chunk of change if they do make a contribution.
If they help out that. Thank you. Dr. Maldonado, my last question has to do with universal TK. I'm wondering, in your conversations with other superintendents, whether the prevailing feeling is, how could we possibly do this, especially with no funding?
Yes, and we have written some letters that we've shared with our Senator Limon and others to take to the state, and we're waiting to hear
on whether or not that's going to happen.
Thanks. Finally, again, thank you, Ms. Chete, for everything that you have provided for our district and the dedication and hard work. And especially tonight, thank you for acknowledging food services and M&O. They really were the superstars of the past year.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, board members, I wonder if I may have a motion to approve item number 8, the approval of the adoption of the Santa Barbara Unified School District 2021-22 fiscal year budget.
So moved.
Thank you. And seconded by Ms. Moten. Thank you so much. Board members, all in favor, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
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 Aye. This budget passes. And thank you, Ms. Chete. That leads us on to item number 9, which is the recommendation for adoption of the illustrative math K-5 instructional materials. I'll turn this over, I think, to, don't see them yet, but to Ms. Escobedo and Ms. Loffridge. Yes or no? There we go. There they are.
Good evening, President Ford and board members, Superintendent Maldonado. It is my great pleasure to be able to hand this off to Ms. Sierra Lockridge, and she also brought a buddy that will be presenting to you something that we began reporting to you on at that last board meeting. So without any further ado, Sierra, take it away.
Thank you, Anna. Good evening, President Ford, school board members, Dr. Maldonado, and our community. Dr. Craig Snyder and I are back with you tonight to talk about this opportunity of having a comprehensive kindergarten through 6th grade math curriculum. And that math curriculum that we are proposing that you adopt tonight is illustrative mathematics. About a month ago, we came to the board asking for the opportunity to open the 30-day public window. And we did that. And we held sessions for educators as well as the community. And Dr. Snyder and I were able to talk about math, about all the important 4 C's in math. And I'm going to turn it over to him right now so that he can tell you more about why we believe that having a comprehensive kindergarten through 6th grade, because 6 already adopted in 2017, illustrative math curriculum will be a game changer for us. So Dr. Snyder, please.
Well, thanks again for having me. Thank you, board members, Dr. Maldonado, district leadership. What you have on this slide right here is a slide I shared earlier, a month or so ago, about why illustrative mathematics for K-5. And I think some of the important things on this in terms of the visuals is that you see that it's problem-based, which means language-rich learning, a strong focus on developing mathematical fluency, which is extremely important with a math curriculum, and the centering of collaborative conversations, students working together with peers, being inclusive in their mathematics instruction. And I want to highlight a few more things about illustrative math. And as Ms. Lockridge said, this would be an opportunity to build a cohesive K through 6 math education program, which for me is extremely exciting as a 25-year veteran math educator with most of my experience right here in Santa Barbara Unified. Next slide. Just a big high-level discussion about what is so important about a mathematics education curriculum and why it has to be aligned to our standards, and why for our community is this important. In terms of our math standards, it actually has 2 parts to it. And illustrative mathematics really brings these 2 parts of our standards together. It has our standards of mathematical content. That's up on the right side of that graphic. That's like the stuff of math, triangles, fractions, equations. That's concepts and skills, learning how to do things. But then there's standards for mathematical practice. That's the mathematical habits of mind. It's the doing of mathematics. And those standards, there's only 8 of them. Those 8 are woven from kindergarten all the way up through high school. While the content of math changes each grade level, the standards of mathematical practice stay consistent. And when those two sets of standards come together, what you have is you have kids who are developing knowledge and procedural skill, but with understanding. That's what we want. That's what a community would want. And illustrative mathematics is centered on the standards of mathematical practice. And so the 4 C's that Ms. Lockridge was referring to, computing fluently, we all want that. Critical thinking, that's our problem solving. Communicating, that's getting the ideas that we're generating in our heads out, and then collaborating, working with others. Because when we're solving problems, we have to do this together. So these are the kinds of understandings and practices and skills we want all of our children to have, not just in elementary school, not just getting them to secondary or even to college and career, but really for life. We want them to be mathematicians for life. Next slide, please. And so I want to highlight how Santa Barbara Unified and our initiatives and our focus is really aligned strongly with the principles and design of illustrative math K through 5. I'll start with this visual that you've seen several times, the Venn diagram on the left, where math and language are really way more overlapped than many of us maybe experienced in our K through 12 math education. And maybe when we think about it, it's like math and language, do they really overlap? Of course they do, because when you're learning something, you learn it through language. And so the illustrative math K-5 program aligns math and language every single lesson by supporting it through math language routines. The second image there, monitoring and guiding student progress. As we want to know what our kids know and where we need to make adjustments, whether it's through intervention or whether it's through extension and exploration, that's what is a major focus of illustrative math. Every lesson, every unit, every section of a unit has formative and summative assessments to help teachers monitor and and guide student progress. Then finally, inclusivity in math education, including everyone in mathematics. Math has a history of being a separator, and the illustrative math program aligns with Santa Barbara Unified's idea of wanting to be inclusive, particularly in math education. Next slide. So finally, as Ms. Lockridge has already sort of laid out, here's sort of the pathway that we have gone through. Again, this is building off of 2 years of a pilot partnership with illustrative mathematics and Santa Barbara Unified. Our teams of elementary teachers for the last 2 years, this past year, 75 elementary teachers from Santa Barbara Unified partnered with illustrative math to provide feedback as part of the beta program. And now we are ready to go through a full adoption of their finalized public version, which is called Illustrative Math K-5 Math version 1. And so we've gone through this pathway where we've gone through gotten the recommendation of the instructional council in springtime. We've gone through a public comment, a public viewing of the curriculum with 3 different public sessions, a teacher info session, actually 2 of those, where we got teacher info and feedback. And then during our Equity in Action PL Week, several sessions that I led around math language routines and the assessments of illustrative math, as well as how to build fluency through K through 6th grade. Again, bringing that cohesive program to Santa Barbara Unified. And so that's why here we are today, June 22nd, with a recommendation to the board to adopt illustrative mathematics, K-5 math, so that we can have that K through 6 cohesive program in Santa Barbara Unified. So I want to leave it there, either back to Ms. Lockridge or to the board for questions.
Yeah, I would only add that in addition to approving the formal adoption, tonight you will also be approving for the instructional materials so that we can turn around and make sure those workbooks and teacher guides are there for kids on the first day in August 17th, as well as the professional learning plan that accompanies the illustrative math adoption, which is basically a two-year plan with two different cohorts, because as Dr. Snyder mentioned, about 75 of our teachers are well experienced with illustrative mathematics, and so they would be the year 2 cohort, and all of those teachers that are new would be the year 1. So we are differentiating the professional learning for those teachers so that they get what they need so that we can turn it out and have a successful rollout of illustrative mathematics. I'd like to point out that our summer school, our SOL teachers are using the IM adaptation packets, and it is part of our assessment continuum that we presented at the Summer Institute for Teachers, and will be on our assessment calendar with this approval as well. So we'll turn it over to the board and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for the presentation and also for the comprehensive sort of approach to this adoption so that we know everything, all of the bases have been covered. So, Mr. Hio, I believe we do not have any public comment on this item. Is that correct?
Correct. No public.
Then I guess I'll move to board members. Any further questions or comments about illustrative math adoption? Ms. Capps, please.
Thank you. Just had a question on the teacher feedback sessions. If you could just elaborate a little bit and give some of the, maybe some anecdotes about feedback, please.
Sure, yes. So throughout the two sessions for teacher info and feedback, we had a variety of folks that were attending. We had folks that were part of the beta program, and then we also had folks that were new who maybe have heard of the partnership, maybe because they have colleagues, or this may be completely new to them, so they were learning about the program. We spent about an hour talking about illustrative mathematics and the design and letting them see all the various day-to-day components, including the math centers to build fluency, the structure of a lesson plan, the assessments that are spread both as summative end of unit as well as formative section checkpoints and lesson cooldowns. We allowed folks to ask questions or to give their feedback from their experience as beta partners, and then we let them ask questions if they were new folks, and then provided feedback on what they wanted to share.
I'm sorry, just are they excited? Are they looking forward to this? Is there trepidation? I'm just kind of curious what the temperature is.
From the folks that attended, they were describing an excitement for having, again, a cohesive district-wide program. For several years, we have had two programs that our district were supporting. And so I think that made it tough for teachers to work together, for sites who maybe were using one program or a mixture of both programs. So I think the idea of having a single program where we're all working towards the same goal, even though some of our teachers are further along, the folks that have been with this partnership for 1 or 2 years, what they've really appreciated is the growth of the program and giving feedback and seeing that feedback being implemented by illustrative mathematics. So I think that has also given our new folks some assurance that if there's questions or concerns, that the illustrative math authors themselves are actually open to feedback, and that is something that gave some reassurance to our new folks. So yes, I think in general there is a strong excitement for having a single program with a single vision, particularly around focusing on language. I think because of our strong move towards supporting EMLs in our district, we have a program that has those supports built in that our programs prior to our illustrative math partnership did not have a strong instructional support for that. So I think there's some joy about having that direct support and excitement for learning more about how to do that in math lessons.
Thank you, President Ford.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, it's now time for the motion. So may I have a motion to approve item number 9, the adoption of illustrative math K through 5 instructional materials? Ms. Munoz, yes, thank you. And a second? Ms. Sims-Moten, thank you very much. All in favor, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion to adopt illustrative mathematics passes unanimously. And our last two action items address the Tatum property. The first item, which is our 10th action item, is the resolution of the Santa Barbara Unified School Board requesting a State Board of Education waiver of competitive bidding procedures related to the sale of the Tatum property. We have done this before, and I will turn this item over to Ms. Jete for any further comments.
Thank you. Resolution 2020-2021-41 to the State Board of Education is in regard to the waiver for the competitive bid procedure relating to the selling of the Tatum property. This will allow the district to proceed with the sale of Tatum without going through the process of competitive bid. The resolution must be approved tonight to ensure it will make the Santa Barbara 2021 State Board of Education agenda. This waiver has support from the Santa Barbara Teachers Association, California School Employees Association, and the Citizen Bond Oversight Committee. Staff is recommending the board approve the resolution of 2020-21-41, and at that point, we'll answer any questions. And I do have Mr. Price on via Zoom for any questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Trujillo, please confirm that we do not have any public comments since we had the hearing.
We do have one public comment on this item.
Okay, please.
Alice Post.
Good evening, members of the board. I already spoke on this matter, as you know, in the public hearing. I want to just exhort you to think about your fiduciary duty. I feel that you are not holding up your fiduciary duty by selling land in a non-competitive process, leaving money on the table for housing. Also, I believe it's important for the public to know that this is not what it pretends to be of workforce housing. There's 56 affordable units, 332 units. Less than 1/6 are affordable. I don't know how many of those residential units would be above the 56 that would be available for teachers or firefighters or our police who desperately need housing. This is a sweetheart deal to a developer. This is not affordable housing. It is for profit primarily, with a little bit of housing for the community thrown in there. It's just so wrong. I want you to think, why not? Well, why not let this land become housing? Housing is important, and we can help the community. We can get some more housing. Why not? Because you're a school district and you don't have excess property. You have deficit property. You sold 3 school sites and we've never recovered. You sold 4, actually. I have a few specific questions that really concern me. Have you had an appraisal done of the property? If so, what were the assumptions in the appraisal? Who paid for the appraisal? Where is it? Can we see it? We will fight this at the state. I'm sorry it's gotten this far, and I'm just begging that at least one board member will ask these same questions that I'm asking. try to put a little pause on this and say, let's put our own assets ahead of housing. Land is hard to come by, especially a 30-acre parcel of land. Don't sell land. Leasing it, fine. Don't sell land. It's going to appreciate. And 50 years from now, what are you going to have? The money that you got, and you'd have spent it. You aren't going to do that. Thank you.
Fine, thank you. That concludes public comment on.
Thank you, Ms. Trujillo. So board members, how about you? Do you have any questions or further comments on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to go forward and ask for a motion to approve item number 10, the resolution of the Santa Barbara Unified School Board requesting a State Board of Education waiver of competitive bidding procedures related to the sale of the Tatum property.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Sims-Moten. And is there a second? Ms. Capps, thank you very much. Board members, all in favor, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion for the waiver passes unanimously. That leaves us to our last agenda item, action agenda in particular, the approval of the purchase and sale agreement for the Tatum property. And I will turn this also over to Ms. Chate, your final report.
Thank you, President Ford. This district has owned Tatum property since 1964. In 2004, the board determined Tatum property was surplus property, as it did not meet the needs for the district for a new school site, and due to the proximity of the railroad tracks, the district is unable to build a school on the property. Since 2004, the district has tried unsuccessfully to work with developers to create a project. Until now, FPA, LLC, and the district have been working together for over a year on the Tatum property. It started as a ground lease with senior housing and evolved into a purchase of land, and with market rate housing and affordable homes that Santa Barbara Unified staff members will have priority as long as it does not violate the fair housing laws. If the board approves the sale of Tatum property, the proceeds must go to facilities. At this time, we'll take any questions you may have regarding the purchase and the sale agreement. We have both Craig Price from Griffin and Thornburg and Tim Kim from FPA on Zoom to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Ms. Trujillo, are there any public comments on this item, please?
No public comment.
That's great. All right, we can move along then. Just in service of time, board members, do you have any further questions or comments? Ms. Alvarez.
Thank you, Ms. Jete. As I know you've done your due diligence, and thank you for all the information you provided. Being that this property is in the proximity of this property to the railroad tracks, the law prohibits any school district from building another school. That's what you just explained, correct?
That's correct.
And could you please remind us how this $17 million was determined?
Absolutely. We had appraisers go out and get comps for similar properties that have sold between Santa Barbara, Ventura, Simi Valley. And there were about 18 properties. And then we took like to like, more properties that were more like Tatum and compared them. And then between Griffin and Thornburg, myself, we came up with what we thought the property was worth, with you adding on and taking off things for by the time you get to entitlement and all of that. And we made an analysis. And then we proposed it to FPA, and we went back and forth in negotiations. And we believe that the $17 million is a fair price for this property.
Thank you. And I'm not sure who can answer my next question here, if it's you or a representative from FPA. Can you remind us what percentage is for affordable units from this project?
I will let Mr. Kim from FPA answer that question.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. So yeah, my name is Tim Kim, representing FPA, and I'd like to thank you all for your time. And I'd also like to state my gratitude with this being Meg's last board hearing. I just want to say that Meg and Hilda and the staff have been really great to work with. They've worked hard, been very responsive. It's a complicated process. And I know they spent countless hours working on it, as well as the legal team. They were just really great to work with. Definitely tough negotiators, but really great to work with. So yeah, we brought in the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara, and we've got a total of 331 units. And of those, we have 56 that are planned for affordable. So that's 56 of the 331.
Thank you. And then one more question for you, for FPA. The access between San Simeon and Turnpike, that's going to remain regardless of what development is completed because it's county property. That's my understanding. Is that correct?
Yes and no. So we will have that access road there. And I think if the question is, will there be an access road for pedestrians, vehicles, bikes, and will it be roughly in that location? The answer is yes. We will, that is actually on the school district's property, and that'll be built to county road standards, and we will be required to have that access. I mean, we'll need that access regardless. But we will be required to have that access for vehicles, for bikes, and for pedestrians.
Thank you for clarifying that. I have no other questions.
Thank you so much. Ms. Capps.
Thank you. I just wanted to state a few reasons why I'm very pleased and happy to support this at this juncture, and just to acknowledge that this is Ms. Jatay's last hurrah here, and what a hurrah it is, because this has been going on, I believe, longer than you have been here.
That's correct.
I got a text from a former board member saying, wow, Tatum, finally, because it's just tremendous. So even though I believe we're going to have a vote here pretty quickly, I don't want that to indicate that this is a brief process. The board has spent a lot of time on this. You all have spent countless hours on this, years, in fact. And the truth is, as has been stated, it was ruled that this cannot be used for a school. So it is true, we are not in the housing business, so therefore we depend on the county. And I just think it's important context for the public to know is that this is squarely within the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan, which was passed by the Board of Supervisors, I believe, at least in 2008, or at least initiated and maybe passed in 2013. But the planners and the supervisors who do housing, have indicated that this is a prime spot for housing. I think that's really important to state. This board has indicated that we want it to be as much low-income housing as possible, and for our Santa Barbara Unified staff to have priority, and that has been achieved. We'll still stay on that and make sure that there's accountability there, but I'm so thrilled, having walked around, to see that a land that has been just basically sitting there for a long time will now be used to house our teachers, house our staffs, house other working people in this community, and that's what we need it for at a time when these funds are quite needed here in our district. So I'm just very pleased with the work. I'm pleased with the outcome, and the partnership with the Housing Authority is another huge validation that we are moving in the right direction tonight with passage of this Tatum property finally being sold from the Santa Barbara Unified School District. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Munoz, please.
Hello. Yes, I also want to, echo the concerns of my fellow sister board members. Sorry, it's already a little bit late here. And I'm certainly, aware of the need for housing in our community and have appreciated everyone's input into this. Mr. Day and Mr. Price and the staff from FPA, we've all toured the property and spent, much time and given this much thought. The partnership with the Housing Authority is just wonderful. I know that, it will provide housing in the community and that the neighbors will benefit from this, the students and the families who will, we will also reduce traffic that, folks that have been commuting to Santa Barbara will hopefully also have housing much closer to where they work and live. So I appreciate it. The money, it will benefit our facilities at the school district. So overall, it has my support for sure. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
I'm sorry, I just meant to also acknowledge Mr. Craig Price, who I know has spent so much time and been so diligent about it. So I apologize to omit him because he should be front and center. Thank you.
Thank you. I can only echo the sentiments of the board in that we have given you lots of feedback and asked for more information. You gave us the information, gave you more feedback, and went back and forth, and it really helped us all reach, I think, reach an understanding and also just excitement about this sale. So with that, I'd like to have a motion, board members, to approve item 11, which is the approval of the purchase and sale agreement for the Tatum property. Ms. Capps?
So moved.
And is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Sims-Moten. So now, board members, all in favor, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
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 Finally.
Yes,
Historic
this
moment.
motion passes unanimously. Sell. And I misspoke, Ms. Chate. I do know that you have another short report for us. Short being the operative word. We do have three reports still remaining in our board agenda, and so I'd like to move on right away to the framework for family engagement and effective school partnerships. Ms. Larios Horton, please.
Good evening, President Ford, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Maldonado. Today, I bring to you a report on our reimagined framework for family engagement and effective school partnerships. Next slide, please. I'd like to begin with the graphic that focuses our work. This graphic and its representative components reflect the listening and learning that we have been doing as leaders, not just throughout this pandemic, but even in years prior. This graphic calls out what we have heard loud and clear. Investing in family engagement is important and critical to our students' well-being and academic achievement. Next slide, please. One overarching theme we have heard from our families, and more so from families for whom English is not their first language, is that our efforts need to go beyond just welcoming and inviting families into our school communities. Rather, that we are intentionally designing our efforts to engage families where we see families as partners in the work. Next slide, please. Their feedback indicates that there is a need for a shift in the ways that we as a district conceive of and carry out family engagement and school partnerships. As noted on this slide, establishing new ways of being and working means a shift toward families as partners in which their life experiences, knowledge, and culture enrich our school communities. Next slide, please. For several years, there has been significant input from families regarding their challenges and desired supports. I know our district leaders, staff, and families have grappled with this question you see here on the slide. How can we best partner with our students and their families? What we have heard in response, specifically, again, from Spanish-dominant families, is that when school events, meetings, or other gatherings have been planned and executed with them in mind, or more specifically, with them as partners, they not only thrive, but also become leaders and mentors to other parents. Families have reiterated to us that this motivates them to become more involved in their students' education and ultimately impact their own students' academic success. Just last year, during our stakeholder meetings prior to pandemic for our district's adopted Meta Plan, our district's supersized state-mandated English Learner Master Plan, our stakeholders had the opportunity to also grapple with this question, this time through the work of a renowned researcher and practitioner out of Harvard University. Next slide, please. The work of Dr. Karen Mapp, who has developed a research-based, parent-informed, dual-capacity building framework for family and school partnership, a mouthful, but it's very important work, has been central in helping to shape our vision for a reimagined framework for family engagement and effective school partnerships. Her powerful keynote just a couple weeks ago to over 300 of our educators really struck a chord, and we believe her framework is the perfect fit for framing our commitment to families in the years to come. Dr. Mapp's framework lays bare the reason why our families' needs have not been met, and just as importantly, provides a roadmap for how we as a district can go about meeting them. Next slide, please. And I know you can't see this very well on this slide, but it is in the report. The dual capacity building framework for family school partnerships, as the title suggests, the answer lies in capacity building or learning. Traditional family engagement work has assumed a deficit-based perspective when it comes to families, proceeding as if the families need education and training while neglecting to see their areas of strength. At the same time, as Dr. Mapp points out, our systems often assume that educators are trained to cultivate effective family school partnerships during their teacher preparation programs. That, however, is simply not the case. It is unfair to expect to see strong family school partnerships and effective family engagement work if we have not provided administrators and educators the professional learning necessary to carry out this important work. At the same time, it is unfair to ask our families to continue to engage with our system when many of them have yet to experience strong examples of family engagement. As the framework lays out, it is through strategically meeting certain essential conditions and building and enhancing the capacity of educators and families that SB Unified proposes to move forward in this area. By making the necessary research-based shifts in how we develop and work with families and educators, we will create the conditions necessary for true family school partnerships, the very partnerships that our families have been asking for. It is our plan to operationalize this framework through intentional collaboration and planning in partnership with families through district and site-based family engagement and partnership plans. Something that we do not do now in preparation for a successful implementation is necessary shifts in personnel. Next slide, please. In addition, in order to carry out this important work in the manner requested by our families, we must create equity in staffing. Staff that directly work with families at each one of our schools. And I want to thank the board for their approval this evening of the new positions listed on this slide. I'll start from the bottom of this chart. At high school, coordinators of school community relations who are already in place which see a shift in their duties to focus primarily on parent leadership, family outreach, and referrals. At junior high, we would be adding 2 positions as well as shifting responsibilities to encompass a broader scope of duties related to family engagement and partnership. In elementary, family engagement and partnership positions have not been formally filled in several years. And so there would be 5 new positions shared between our 9 elementary schools and our preschool space so that each site program have 1 family engagement and partnership position. Finally, as the work of family engagement increases in both scope, rigor, and volume to include enhanced college and career readiness education for families by way of Parent University Pre-K-12 and increased demand from our district's family engagement hotline,
A district family engagement and partnership lead will be able to guide and plan for the increased demands and provide the necessary leadership across the district for liaisons, site leaders, and educators. So how do we do all this? How do we bring this all together? Next slide, please. First, by training our district and site level staff and educators on Dr. Mapp's dual capacity building framework. As Dr. Maldonado mentioned earlier today, we will continue the work with Dr. Mapp as she will bring to our district valuable knowledge. We are confident that the process conditions noted here on the slide will lead our schools to create the kind of ecosystem that our children and our families need to thrive. To codify this, the site level family engagement and partnership action plans will be required of each school site. The site family engagement and partnership liaisons will then assist our site leaders in implementing their site action plans while intentionally building capacity in our families and educators in the following areas: capabilities, connections, cognition, and confidence. With this reimagining of our work, we firmly believe that we will be creating the desired ecosystem, as mentioned earlier by Ms. Sims-Moten, for true family partnership. Thank you for your time and consideration and support of this new approach.
Thank you very much. Ms. Trujillo, do we have one public comment on this item?
No public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Please, Ms. Munoz.
Certainly, I had thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it. Very thorough. For the parent university that you mentioned, would that be targeted to parents of students of a certain grade, elementary, high school, or?
I think the plan, Board Member Munoz, is to implement that TK-12 across all grades.
Okay, thank you.
For families. Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Munoz, oh, sorry, Sims-Moten.
She is my sister board member, so okay. Thank you for the presentation. Will we see this as part of the site plans that we approve annually? That we're looking at, and will we see part of this in those site plans? Will it be included in that?
The idea is that the principals or the site leaders create their action plans along with their site plans, and so it would be sort of an addendum to their site plan. So if the board so desires, we can ensure that those become an addendum to the site plan.
I don't want to create extra work. I just thought, would they be included in that plan just organically or naturally as we talk about that when we look at what's happening at each of the schools? So I don't know who can answer that, or.
Yeah, so certain aspects of the plan will be embedded in the school plan, such as additional expenditures, extra hours, that will be outlined in the site plan. But additionally, we want to see sites really think about how they're going to use their site family engagement liaisons, and also be able to outline that work separately from the site plan. The way the site plans are currently organized doesn't necessarily allow for that thorough explanation. And so we would also want to see families giving input into the site family engagement action plans.
So how would we show the continuity between all of these connections to all these things that should be in the overall site plan, right? Or am I off base?
They would be. As you know, our site plans have not been adopted yet, so they will be coming forward to you. So during our district's leadership institute, our district and site leaders will be provided with guidance around these action plans, so that there's continuity, as you mentioned.
Okay.
Actually, as part of their single plan, which they do every year, they have to include family partnerships or that connection to families, and they have to address it. So it's built in. It's not extra work. And along those lines, we can actually track that, make sure there's A, continuity, B, there are solid metrics to make sure they're actually engaging the families the way we would like to see them. So I just want to make sure that you are aware of that. And we'll be doing those plans this fall. So we're running late, as you know, because of the pandemic. So.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. It's just trying to make that connection. And sorry, I called it something else, but it's a single site plan. I was close in there, but I appreciate that because just trying to keep it all together and where we can see it in a more, more comprehensive way that they're connecting everything. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Alvarez.
Yes, thank you for the information and for answering my many questions that I had. One of the comments that I have is you mentioned there's a shift in the duties of the employees who are already doing this job at the high schools. And I'd like to make sure that these employees have some agency, that they are partners in this shift, and that all of a sudden they're not something that they're developed relationships with these families that have been successful, that they're now not able to do that because of this new description. So I want to make sure that we are respectful of these employees and that we allow them to be partners in this new in this new process, in this new system that we are implementing.
Right. So if you recall, well, first of all, yes, we will definitely work with all our employees. I want to remind us that we did have an equity resolution that addressed the changes to staffing and to our budget, so that this is part of aligning all of that work. And so we will need to work with employees who are impacted. We have done that for other positions. As you heard earlier from Dr. Vecchio's report, we needed to also run and get all the approvals through the labor partner, get it approved by you before we then go to our employees. So there's a little bit of an order of operations to the way this gets worked out, but folks have been informed that there are changes coming, and that if you approve it, if you haven't voted yet, if this is approved, then we will definitely be working with impacted employees in the fall when they return from summer break. The changes and I'm going to suggest that they're called upgrades and updates to some of these positions, really are ensuring that we have role clarity when it comes to, what I should be doing if I'm a family liaison person versus what a counselor is doing if they're working with a student, let's say around behavior issues or academic issues, depending on who is working which part of that ecosystem that the student is a part of. And so one of the things that I know works well with reorganizations and in working in large school systems like this one is ensuring that people have role clarity and are not double duty for someone else's job. So those are all things that we still need to do with our employees that we'll be sure to cover when we introduce these new changes.
Thank you. I appreciate that collaboration, that calibration, as you mentioned. I know it's extremely important, and it's so important that we show the appreciation for the people that have been doing this job. So I appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
Any other comments? If not, I would just like to say, Ms. Larios-Horton, I think this is a really well-designed and visionary plan and or framework, and I'm very excited by it. I actually think many districts would love to see something like this in place, so kudos to you. I wonder two things. One, how do you envision professional development for all these new positions unfolding? And what do you envision as your role in interacting with the new family engagement liaisons?
Thank you for the question. I think it's really, really important that the folks who are going to be assisting our site leaders are properly trained and brought along in this space. And so that would be one of our first priorities, is to make sure that these new positions are well grounded in the framework itself. And also in our systems, in our school, in our district, we have some very successful bright spots with regard to family engagement that we want to make sure are duplicated. But we also know that there are some things that we need to change. And so I trust our family engagement unit, and now with a lead in place, to really help steward that work in our district. And of course, the way that I envision my role in all of this is as my title says, executive director, to direct the work itself. So that and then of course working with our leaders as well to make sure that their collaboration with their site liaisons is a strong one, that they see each other also as supports to one another as a team, and that we are here as a district to support that work as well. So hope that answered your question.
Yes, thank you. And we did approve those positions, so woohoo. Let's go forth. Thank you very much for that report. The next report that we have tonight is item number 4, and this is addressing increasing UC and CSU eligibility for all students. And I turn it over to Ms. Carey.
Thank you, President Ford. Good evening, board members. Superintendent Maldonado, it's my pleasure to be here with you, speaking late at night, but about a topic that's really, that's one that invokes a lot of passion in me and in many of us. And I'm really here tonight. The purpose of this presentation is we have 4 goals with it. The first is to reaffirm to the board and to the public that Santa Barbara Unified's goal is to increase UC, CSU, A through G eligibility for all students, to provide an overview of a very high level overview of what UC, CSU, A through G eligibility is, to share data with you about our current A through G rates, and to present some of our recommendations for possible actions that we would like folks to consider in terms of pursuing our goal of increasing A through G rates. Next slide. We are quite familiar now with our anchor graphic. Next slide. And I will quickly go to this one, which highlights the student at the center and allows me to remind us that this goal of increasing A through G rates comes quite notably from a very specific demand made by the Future Leaders of America this March, right before our spring break. But that was not the only community voice that we heard around this topic. We have heard from parents in this boardroom about what has felt like a system that they don't know enough about or were never advised about. We heard from our youth last year. Your own equity resolution, as has already been mentioned, underscores the importance of this plan. And of course, we have strategic plans that are already responsive to community needs, all of which contribute to this goal. Next slide. The goal itself is called out here. You can see it highlighted. It's a little obscured there, but increase A through G preparation. And again, I just want to underscore how it's a result of having heard our broader community, our parents, and specifically our students. So with that, let's take a look at what this means, A through G. What does A through G really mean? There can be some confusion out there. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So A through G is a course of study that represents the minimum requirements that a student must achieve in order to be eligible for application to the public university system in California. It is a layer on top of the high school diploma requirements that are specified and prescribed by the state of California. Here locally, we add a layer to our grad requirements beyond what's minimally required. And A through G is another layer yet on top of the minimum high school diploma graduation requirements. It is not synonymous with college and career readiness. And of course, the sweet spot and what we want for all students is that they have all of those things, a diploma, A through G eligibility, as well as college and career readiness. A through G is a code. It's like a language, and you can see that it correlates those letters, A through G, to different subject areas. You all have been instrumental over the years in approving new courses, and we always specify and call out to you the status of the course in terms of how it fulfills A through G in our local context. We do not bring you courses that do not fulfill A through G. We don't offer courses that do not fulfill A through G. That is a dynamic space, as you can see here, always evolving. But at the end of the day, as we pursue that sweet spot for all students, knowing that it is a layer beyond what's minimally required, it's important to remember that what it represents for students is their choices upon graduation. So we don't want to be in a position where any student has fewer or more limited choices than another student because of the system that we run in our school district. So we need to ask ourselves, as we think about how to make sure students are ultimately college and career ready, which is inclusive of A through G, how well are we doing that? Next slide. We decided we would not bury the lead, but we are burying it behind the screen right here where the Zoom image is. There we go, thank you. We're gonna take a look at data. I'm gonna do it very briefly because of the late hour, but here it is. We're not burying the lead. We are not preparing students to achieve UC CSU A through G eligibility at equitable rates across student groups. Next slide. So you can see here, I won't read the numbers again because of the late hour, but I think you can see the trend lines. On the left, you see our Santa Barbara unified rates of A through G eligibility, including what we project for the school year we've just completed. And you can see how that compares to the relatively, or pretty impressively flat line across the state. So it is important to note that we are increasing A through G rates in what we consider to be a trend line. We've got 3 data points there, and it's certainly an upward trend. However, next slide. It is also essential to understand that when we display the data in the way that you just saw, it obscures the important story that is really the story of all our students. We see that in this display, we can see, and this is based on our projected data from the school year we just completed, we can see how differently different groups of students are achieving A through G eligibility. And again, for the sake of time, I had planned to kind of highlight some of these specific numbers. I'm gonna not do that. However, I will highlight that these groups are of various sizes, as we know in our district, and we are going to drill down a little bit in just a moment. But whether we're talking about 5 students or 50 students, if we see that a group of students, if I pick African American Black students is achieving a 41% rate of A through G eligibility, that means there's something about the system that is not working for those students who are not achieving A through G eligibility at the same rate as all students and of some of their peer groups, and sometimes in some cases at half the rate of their peers. So that needs to call our attention to what about the system is not working. We need to know the faces behind those numbers. We need to understand the stories of the experiences in our schools, so that we can address what is not working in the system for those students. So I just want to assure everyone that as we go to the next couple of slides, that we know that data, we see that data, and we are seeing beyond the data to those students and their stories about their experiences in our system. Next slide. I am going to have us look at 2 indicators just with a little more depth because these are our largest groups of students in terms of demographics. And you can see here how the story plays out as we compare Latinx students with white students. These are students who've graduated from their district, they've earned a diploma, and you can see not only that the overall rate of A through G eligibility is higher for white students, but that it is also increasing at a higher rate. So for Latinx graduates, yes, A through G eligibility is increasing. That is good, but it is not increasing at the same rate. And of course, it is not as high overall or to begin with. If you can just click this clicker, it'll actually show you how this trend, if we can understand and internalize this trend, there's some data that comes in the bottom, if we can just click, it becomes an amplified trend when you consider the proportionality of Latinx students in our system as a whole, the proportion that Latinx students represent of our overall district enrollment as compared to white students. So if you'll click that, Latinx students are over half of our student body, white students are 40% of our student body, in this case of the graduating class. So that's one look at a demographic indicator. That's an important one for us to be tracking. As we go to the next slide, we're going to see the same kind of data pull for socioeconomically disadvantaged students and non-socioeconomically disadvantaged students. Here, though, you can see again an increase for the non-SED students. And actually, in this case, we don't see that same increase on the left. We don't see an upward trend line. In fact, even the projected 2021 rate is below the posted 2019 rate. So we've got a situation there with our low-income students. We know we've experienced pandemic. We know that this tells us, we know the lessons of pandemic reinforce that there were many challenges experienced by students from SED backgrounds. But of course, this is something we want to track very closely too. Again, if you can just kind of click the contextual information, you can see again the proportion of our graduating class that is socioeconomically disadvantaged or not, so that you can also have that context for taking in these trends. Next slide. So the takeaway here is that the rising tide doesn't necessarily float all boats. So we feel proud of our overall increasing rates of A through G, or it doesn't float all boats equally. And that is the most important story for us to walk away with. So the next question is, what are we going to do about it? Because as we all know the maxim, the system is designed, perfectly designed, to produce the results it is producing. So our questions become, what is it about our system that is producing different outcomes for students of different backgrounds? With the board support, I, like others this evening, want to thank you because we're going to be endeavoring to change that through the implementation of MTSS and the related fiscal and human resources that you all have been approving in recent weeks and months. And that will go a long way to help us with this effort. But we believe unless we change the standards and expectations for all students, unless we increase that bar, that we will not see the kind of system design change that we need to see. Next slide. This slide illustrates something I was mentioning earlier, which is again just this illustration of where the California grad requirements are, our own local requirements, and as you move toward the right, the increase in rigor when we talk about UC-CSU eligibility. And we see three main areas where we seek alignment between what constitutes UC-CSU A through G eligibility and our own local graduation requirements. Those three main areas are mathematics, and specifically I'm going to call out the shift from a requirement of Math 2 currently to what UC-CSUs require, which is Math 3. You'll see this abbreviation LOTE a lot more after tonight. It stands for language other than English, not required currently in our grad requirements, but 2 years, at least 2 years are required for UC-CSU A through G eligibility. And then we pass students with a grade of D or higher. They earn credit for the course. But A through G requires grades of C or higher. So that D grade is really hard for a student to work with. They have to retake courses and remediate and repair that grade when they earn below a C, even if they get credit in our local context. So these are the three main things we want to highlight as being areas where our local requirements are not aligned to the A through G requirements. Next slide is just a translation of these three areas into possible outcomes for our possible actions for our consideration. So we need to be exploring the feasibility and the timelines associated with establishing new graduation requirements that mirror or are responsive to those discrepancies I just outlined. And I know I just mentioned MTSS, but I do also want to call out what we have there in number 3, which is a partnership, and I apologize for the acronym right now, the Early Academic Outreach Program at UCSB. TES stands for Transcript Evaluation Service. It's a free service. We have been in preliminary meetings with our post-secondary partners. And this is a service that helps us, it's been a theme throughout the evening, but to periodically review our progress in the aggregate and at the level of the individual student toward 4- and even 6-year plans as we look into the junior high space that will ensure that a student is on a path to A through G eligibility. Next slide. So you'll see a repeat of these three icons that represent math and language other than English and the MTSS, that we want to, that will help us with our situation with the grades below a C. But it would be remiss of us not to highlight how much we will rely on ongoing stakeholder engagement, because shifts such as these, actually, again, to borrow themes from earlier in the night, they really do have ripple effects for folks, and there are trade-offs sometimes in making these decisions, and so we need to understand those trade-offs in actuality or the perceptions related to those, and that will require ongoing stakeholder engagement before, through, and even after any changes that we might make or policy decisions we might make. And there is capacity that we need to build. Things specifically like we probably will need to hire more teachers for delivering courses that qualify as language other than English courses. So that's one example, but also professional learning and many other examples of building capacity. Next slide. This is a very high-level slide. We have already begun brainstorming different strategies that we can use across our whole system, vertically, horizontally, strategies that are specific to elementary. Even the elementary report card overhaul, for example, is one I could call out. Many strategies in secondary, but strategies to use with our families as well as our community partners, including our post-secondary institutions that we partner with. So this is just a preview of what I know we will be bringing to you, which is more specific action plans related to each one of these components as we look to do the work of increasing our A through G rates. So we're all partners in this work. We'll do this together. And with that, I really need to thank a team that we have assembled, our Personalized Pathways team, which has lots of leaders in ed services, but also representatives from special education. And specifically, I want to call out our College and Career Readiness Coordinator, Tiffany Carson, who has done a lion's share of running the reports and compiling information like this for us all to review and contemplate. So many thanks to those folks. And with that, I turn it to you for your comments or questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Great comprehensive report. Ms. Trujillo, I believe we do have speakers tonight on this item.
Thank you, President Ford. We do have 7 speakers for this item. I will name them all so they can be ready. Roseanne Crawford, Daniel Gonzalez, Lei Temp, Abby Marin, Adriana Tejada Sanchez, Alejandra Vargas, and Moni Duet. And I will begin with Roseanne Crawford.
Thank you. Glad that some of the discussion tonight has recognized the importance of periodic evaluation through all grades. The numbers for emergent bilingual students in meeting the AG requirements are saddening and sickening. English language learner students coming in below all other cohorts, including homeless youth and economically disadvantaged. It's the chicken and the egg. You just can't talk about secondary scores without understanding what came first. There seems to be a disconnect with what happens before they enter secondary education to produce this outcome. What happens prior to 5th grade before entering high school? Is there data available that is broken down by each school as to the numbers of ELL students that are passing the state-required English proficiency test, LPAC, at the end of 5th grade? What are those numbers? I understand that unless students pass this test, it is unlikely that they will be reclassified and will remain as lifelong English learners. How would they even begin to take the same prep classes with this language deficit and not being reclassified? It's well worth taking a closer look at this. What opportunity was missed or could have been done differently within early years that could have made a difference in their outcomes? To take a deeper dive, how is Franklin getting their amazing results and getting above state average in both English and math and setting up their students for success? To convert McKinley to DLI school, not just a program, without supportive data is scary. Is the DLI requirement to participate in the STAR testing in grades 2 through 6 for English and math? Is this broken down by school? This is all important to measure progress of English acquisition and foundational math for assessing and intervention in improving the students' achievement in these areas. Where does a diagnostic tool that drills down apply to DLI students? Is there a different evaluation for these students? Thank you for considering all these things and all your hard work and effort to make a difference in this population. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel Gonzalez.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Daniel Gonzalez, and I'm the director of Organizing and Advocacy for Future Leaders of America. I'm here to support the aligning of the A through G requirements with the graduation requirements. I want to start off by thanking the Santa Barbara School Board for taking action on the A through Gs and ensuring that everyone who enters our district is college ready and has a high quality education. Our youth have been working hard on this campaign for the past 3 years, and it's great to see their hard work come to fruition. Our youth deserve the opportunity to attain a 4-year education if they feel inclined to do so, as well as being provided with the necessary tools and support they need to be A through G certified. I know this won't be easy and it will take a lot of hard work and planning on part of the school board and administrators, but I am confident that it will all have a long-lasting and powerful impact on education equity and the success of our youth. So to reiterate, on behalf of myself and my organization, we appreciate your steps towards a more equitable school district and supporting the dreams of all students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lay Tep.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Lay, and I'm a staff member at Future Leaders of America, and I'm here in support of aligning the A through G requirements with the graduation requirements. I want to say thank you to the school board for taking action on the A through Gs and doing your part in ensuring that everyone who enters this district is college ready and has a great quality education. Currently, there's a gap in A through G completion rates among the different ethnicities at SBUSD. An A through G requirement with the proper support will allow for all students to be successful, and it will put equity at the forefront of our efforts. We appreciate you all taking the steps towards making the school more equitable and helping students be more successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Abby Marin.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, SCORE board members. My name is Abby Marin, and I'm a student with FLA and incoming senior at Santa Barbara High School. I'm here in support of aligning of the A through G requirements with the graduation requirements. We wanted to thank the Santa Barbara School Board for taking actions on the A through Gs, ensuring that everyone who enters our district is college ready and has a high quality education. The A through G has helped me so much by ensuring that I am college ready. Because of AVID and FLA pushing me to take courses that are helping me with completing the A through G, I am able to get ahead in my education. I have learned that I have the opportunity to take dual enrollment classes at SBCC that will help me with my future career. Not only dual enrollment, but AP too. I have had friends who haven't been part of these programs who didn't even know that they had these opportunities. And I have also had friends who have graduated that were part of AVID and FLA who have told me that because of them, they were able to meet the requirements. Many students find out too late that they can't apply to UC because they don't have the courses that they need in order to qualify the requirements. It would be great to see these resources available to everyone. This information is beneficial to all and will help students like me be successful. We appreciate your steps towards a more equitable school district and supporting the dreams of all students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adriana Tejada.
Hello, school board members. My name is Adriana Tejada Sanchez, and I'm the Santa Barbara Youth Organizer with Future Leaders of America. I'm here to support the alignment of the A through G and graduation requirements. I would like to extend a thank you to the Santa Barbara Unified School District for implementing a plan to increase CSU eligibility for all students. This process will ensure that all young people will have a quality learning environment to achieve higher education. Many student advocates have been working hard for years to ensure the alignment of the A through G and graduation requirements. This will be a major step in providing education equity for all students, and we appreciate you listening to their voice. We are excited to see our young people be supported in achieving their dreams of going to college, even more so that their parents will have an understanding of what these requirements mean. This implementation will allow for our parents to feel confident in supporting their children's academic achievements and will allow for our students to strive to their full potential. We are excited to see them thrive. Myself and everyone at Future Leaders value your commitment towards creating a more equitable school district. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alejandra Vargas.
Hello, my name is Alejandra Vargas. I'm a student at San Marcos, and I am in support of the A through Gs. I was one of the students who participated in the education conference, and I appreciate you all listening to our demands. I would like to thank the school board for taking action to align the graduation requirements with the A through Gs, because I find a great benefit in the A through Gs, because it gives our Santa Barbara students an option and an extra push to follow our dreams. Again, thank you for making the decision to be an equitable school district.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Moni DeWitt.
Yes, thank you, board, for trying to align the A through G with the UC requirements. I'm concerned for our EML students as well as our students with disabilities. In fact, students with disabilities, the percentages have gone down. Only 6% now are eligible. And in 2020, it was 9%. And in 2019, it was 11%. Literacy, I think, is a key part of this, and to do it early. If someone can't read by the end of the 3rd grade, they're 4 times less likely to graduate from high school on time. And that has ramifications for breaking through the poverty cycle. And it also has ramifications for actually going from the education system to the justice system. So I think in order to accomplish this and to have everyone be eligible and to bring up students with learning differences and those that struggle, we're going to have to change our culture, which should include automatic testing, and everyone who needs it should get summer school for wherever they need more strengths. And we should also look at celebrating their interests and doing enrichment. But what is happening to the students with learning differences and EML students is, I think, egregious. We are morally responsible to give people a free and appropriate education. And some of our students at La Cuesta, juniors and seniors, only 8% are proficient. And I just don't feel like, these numbers that I'm seeing, it's ethical. And we have to offer intensive interventions, and we aren't doing it. We need to turn this around. Literacy is a human right, and there is a school to prison pipeline, and it's a big piece of it. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, President Ford. That concludes public comment for this evening.
Thank you very much. Board members, do you have any comments on this report? Ms. Alvarez, please.
First of all, I want to say thank you to Future Leaders of America for their courageous conversation about this item. I also want to thank Dr. Lara for her research and the information presented, and also for the time that she took I had a one-on-one conversation with her, and she was very accommodating and very helpful as well. So thank you for that. Of course, I am extremely saddened by this information. I mean, I know it's not new information, but it brings to light all the work that we need to do that's ahead of us. And I know that in the slide, the percentages were represented, but when I look at those percentages, I don't look at percentages, I look at numbers. How many totals, how many of the students, how many of our EML students graduated without meeting the A through G standards? We have to do something now. And we have to start not at the secondary level, but at the elementary level. And I know that there's newcomer students. Excuse me, this is just beyond. I have to take a deep breath here. I know that there's newcomer students that come in the secondary level and at either junior high or high school. And it's very evident with the data that they're falling through the cracks. And the data is going to guide what we do. I am interested in finding out in a deep, deep dive where no stone is left unturned, where are the students at the elementary level? When they are reclassified, how are we helping them? Because they're reclassified doesn't mean that they're at grade level. And it's absolutely impossible for somebody to catch up and keep up and keep up with the rigor of the A through G requirements. So what I am requesting this evening is that we do that deep dive. You said Stephanie Carson already has some of this data. I am interested in seeing the data. I am interested in seeing the data from our elementary school. How many EML students do we have? And are they at grade level? How many of these students that just graduated from 6th to 7th grade, 7th to 8th and so forth, how many of those reclassified students, and how are we going to help them? This cannot wait. We are a school district. We're all about education. We have to do something now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members? Ms. Capps, please.
Thank you, Ms. Carey and others for this report. I learned just some basic things about the A through G that I hadn't known, and I really appreciate it. And I really want to thank, as Ms. Alvarez said, Future Leaders of America for shining a harsh light on this when I had a recent meeting with them and Dr. Maldonado and President Ford, just to hear the stories firsthand from students who, entered high school without the knowledge and then immediately were not on the right track and fell behind, and for them to voice that it does take courage, as you use that word, and for us for now to be responsive and to be moving forward. I just want to give them due credit for being the kind of advocates and leaders that they are in this community. And I'm fully supportive of 100% alignment. Thank you for this.
Thank you. Ms. Sims Mountain, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for this report. And I know that we didn't have the time, it's late in the hour to really get the full report, but I think it warrants coming back, whether that's a special meeting for that, so that we can spend the necessary time to do the deep dives, to really get into those questions. And I know I learned some things here too, so I'll keep my comments short for that, Lyra, but I would really want us to see us do that when it makes sense. And it's time to do that, because it's it is the stories beyond those numbers. It looks good when you have small numbers. It's this, you've heard me say that many, many times. And so here's the opportunity that we're doing it. So I appreciate that we're here and really telling it like it is and not burying the story. And it's a we problem here in terms of those pieces. And I think we really, it's important to get the community involved in it, just because we really are a very fortunate district that we have great monetary donations that help us do a lot of more things than we're able to do because of the funding restrictions. But I think we can do that same success if we bring the community in with regards to getting our students where they need to go and where they need to be. that way, when we're starting to, we're talking about it from up front, then we know the expectations. We hold expectations for our students, holding their brother and sister students. We can hold each other up, but we don't do that unless we know. So again, I thank you for not burying this story, bringing it up front, but we need to spend more time on it. And lastly, I will say with regards to, we got to start earlier than elementary. We got to start at preschool. We've got to start there. So let's be partners in our early care and education. How do we align them? Just as we're aligning our AGs and getting it right, we've got to align from the very start, from the very beginning. We are this P through 12 district. We've got to do that. And so we start to see that build over time so that we're not losing them in the cracks. And I just want to say too, I just appreciate where we're going. This takes vision to do it. It takes moving different things around and be efficient and effective, as we've talked about all evening here with regards to that. So I know we're on the right track. I have no doubt that we have the capability and that we will do it, but we have to not bury the story. It has to be up front, and we have to talk about doesn't matter how ugly it is, but until we not bury the story, we won't know what we need to do and how we need to do it and where we need to get the assistance that we need. So thank you for doing that. But I do want to have another meeting so we can spend the necessary time. Thank you.
Ms. Munoz.
Yes, I'd also, agree with my sister board members and with Ms. Sims Moulton in terms of having an additional time to devote to this. I have, had parents meet with me. I've had students meet with me about why, don't we have A2G requirements in high school? And I've also had parents talk to me about how do we motivate our students? It's not always a matter of language. With my own children, it was, they started out good in grade school, which so many kids do. They have a lot of support, but then they start seeing their peers like, hey, they're taking these courses and I'm already over here. I'm not going to be able to. And that's what we heard with the Black student demands. That's what we've heard from FLA. That's what I've heard, for a long time now. And the impact on their self-esteem, can I be successful? I low income, yours truly. I had, we almost lost our house and they were saying, well, are you going to go to college? I'm like, and here we are many, many years later, where I know that our district, wants true equity. This is what we're talking about, true equity. And I know that, I'm speaking to the choir here. The students that I saw at the junior high, this morning, in terms of, I believe it was AVID and their hopes and dreams, looking at like, yes, we can do this. Reducing their time to go to city college, because to me, community college is wonderful. It can save, a family money and student. But if they get a lot of this done in high school, they don't have to be in community college that long where, things come up, the housing or, pregnancy, health issues with their parents and whatnot, having to pitch in at home can make it so that they don't go to college and they end up working, at menial jobs. So I would also like to see us make it possible for more of our students to get to UC, to get to Cal State. Can we create a bridge for our students to go to UCSB, which is just right here, and stuff. And then like, as my sister board member said, their siblings, their peers, the community can say, hey, look at, this is happening, instead of just one or two kids that make it out of the hood, basically. So yes, I definitely, think that this subject merits more conversation. And how are we going to do this?
Thank you very much. Absolutely, I echo all the sentiments that I've heard tonight. In the words of one of our student speakers, this will have long-lasting, powerful impact. And I, too, am grateful to our students and all the young people who powerfully helped us move in the right direction. Of course, there's a lot of work to be done, and I know, Ms. Carey, that you'll be leading an effort to at least create not only a timeline, but specific action plans related to all the different aspects of what has to happen, which you only gave us a little bit of a preview, and that's a big lift in and of itself. I also agree with my colleagues that we have to work this through as a K-12 initiative, because if we are expecting high school teachers alone to carry this load and make this all happen, it's impossible. And so, to the points that have been made multiple times, this has to start with very, very young kids and be the responsibility of everyone. So, Dr. Maldonado, I'm excited at the possibility of what, even pre-service meetings could entail with even all of our elementary staffs about here's what's coming, and it involves all of us. So thank you.
And one more comment. If we can set up a date, not tonight, but for us to have that deep dive, that study session that Board Member Sims-Moten mentioned, I'm all for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Carey. Let's see, that takes us to our last report, and that is the first reading of the board policies in series 0000, Superintendent and 7000s. And these revisions specifically address board policies related to charter schools. And I've asked Ms. Chate to just give us a summary of what the proposed changes are that are based 100% on changes in the law. Please.
Thank you. So I'll wrap this up very quickly. We're only going to talk about 4 board policies. We're not going to talk about the 7160 and the exhibit 0420.41. We'll bring those back at a later date. These are all related to Assembly Bill 1505 and 1595. So board policy 0420.4 extends the timeline for holding a public meeting from 30 to 60 days for the final decision, and we must publish a staff report 15 days prior to the decision. BP 0420.41, if a charter school expands operation 1 or more grade levels, the charter is required to make a material revision to its charter. Board policy 4020.42, revision to grant or deny charter renewals. And that's regarding high-performing charters can be allowed an additional 2 years, so it'll bring it from 5 to 7 years to its renewal. And low-performing charters should not be, you can deny one for low-performing school charters for 2 consecutive years, shall not be granted a renewal unless it adopts a written plan of meaningful steps to improve. And then finally, BP 0420.43, if a charter school violates any Ed Code 47607, the board may revoke a charter in the event of a severe and imminent threat to the health and safety of students. So that is the, in a really quick nutshell for those 4 board policies. And I know you've read them, so do you have any questions? And if not, can I bring them back on consent?
Thank you so much. First of all, Ms. Trujillo, I believe we do not have any public comments, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you so much. The only comment I would make, Ms. Chate, is that I sent these proposed changes to the charter leaders of our district, and they reminded me that in the past, Dr. Maldonado, that when there were changes in board policy related to charters, that they had an opportunity to meet with the superintendent to just talk about them and sort of even possibly give some ideas of what it might mean for them. And I wonder if you would consider possibly doing that in the interim before we actually approve it. Okay, thank you so much.
And we have done that in the past.
Right. So I think that would be really great. And as you've seen many times, they probably have a perspective we might not have considered at this time about some of those changes, and would enjoy talking with each other and with you, Dr. Maldonado. Board members, any other concerns or questions about these changes in the board policies? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Chate. Your work here is through, is completed.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll continue with the ending of this meeting. There are no, we do have a consent item, so as soon as we adjourn this meeting, we're going back to consent, closed session, and we will, oh, I see. Yeah, I wrote this incorrectly. But anyway, we'll go back to closed session and then come back at, take action and then come back to report our action. I think that's what we should do, right? Closed session now and then come back. Okay, chop, stand up, go to the other room. Let's go. Adjourning to closed session, we will come back to end the meeting. Returning back to open session, the board voted unanimously to approve the appointment of Sierra Loffridge as the Executive Director for Curriculum and Instruction effective July 1st, 2021. Congratulations. And with that, we'll continue to the final parts of the meeting, which is basically to remind the board members of coming events and most notably, the dedication of the Peabody track at Santa Barbara High School on July 3rd, and also, of course, July 4th, Independence Day. We have future agenda items, and we have a few more things to add for sure as a result of this meeting and other conversations that we've had. So please don't hesitate to contact us for any more ideas along those lines. Our next board meeting is on Tuesday, July 20th, and that's the first regular board meeting for the 2021-22 school year. We'll begin at 6:30, and as of now, the plan is for it to be live streamed and the public participation to be virtual only. And just finally, as we adjourn tonight and conclude officially the 2020-21 school year, I call to mind the words of Aeschylus, the Greek tragedy, father of Greek tragedy, who said, "Only through suffering do we learn." And he also said, "Memory is the mother of all wisdom." So I'll just say, as we reflect on the past year, may our suffering not be in vain. And may we learn from the challenges, the problems, the tragedies, the innovations, the heartbreak, and the heart healing of the past year that lead us to wise and thoughtful actions in the future. Thank you, board. Tonight's meeting of the SBUSD School Board is adjourned. Good evening.